officers, members of the public, welcome to this virtual meeting of Northern Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Craig Brown, your chairman for today's meeting. I'll just begin by explaining a few of the ground rules for those taking part in the meeting. Firstly, please can you keep your camera and microphone switched off until I invite you to speak. This is to ensure that only one voice at a time can be heard talking without interruption, and also helps to avoid feedback and background noise and to save on bandwidth. For members of the committee wishing to speak during a debate or to raise a procedural point or ask a question, please can you indicate your desire to do so by using the chat facility in the centre of your display. Present at today's meeting are the members of Northern Planning Committee, and I now intend to call them one by one, ask them to turn on their camera and microphone, introduce themselves and to confirm that they can hear the proceedings. So I'll now move to Councillor Liz Braithwaite. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. I can hear and see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Good morning, Councillor Tony Dean.
Yes. Good morning, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Good morning, Councillor Findlow.
Hello there, greetings.
Good morning. Good morning, Councillor Ailif Tairwood.
Chair. Oh. Good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Good morning, Councillor Sally Holland.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you perfectly well.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Ian McFarlane.
Good morning, Chair and everybody. Yes, I can see and hear perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Nick Mannion.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I can see and hear you well.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Brendan Murphy.
Good morning, Chairman. I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor James Nicholas.
Good morning, everybody. Hearing and seeing fine.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Brian Puddicombe.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Hearing and receiving well.
Thank you. And last but not least, good morning, Councillor Leslie Smetham.
Good morning. I can see and hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also present in the meeting are the following officers who are here to advise the committee regarding the applications on the agenda, and they are Mr. Paul Wakefield, Planning Team Leader, Mrs. Nikki Folan, Planning Solicitor, Mr. Neil Jones, Principal Development Officer Highways, Mr. Robert Law, Planning Team Leader, and Mrs. Sarah Baxter, Democratic Services Officer. I'll now explain how the committee will operate. The planning officer will introduce the application, show slides, photographs and plans relating to the site, and I'll then invite any registered public speakers to address the committee and ask them to switch on their camera and microphone and state their name and also the name of any group that they're representing. I'll inform them how much speaking time they have and that they must finish within this time, or the microphones may be muted to allow the meeting to continue. If anything the public speaker has said was unclear, I will allow members to ask questions of clarification, but once they have spoken, the public speakers should then turn off their cameras and microphones, but are welcome to remain in the meeting and listen to the debate and the decision. The planning officer will respond to any issues raised by the public speakers, and then members will be able to ask the planning officer questions before moving to debate the application. And again, I remind members to indicate using the chat function if they wish to speak during the debate. When the debate moves to a close, I'll check whether officers have any final advice to give and that the terms of the resolution, which will have been moved and seconded, are clear to everybody. I'll then invite each member of the committee in alphabetical order to turn on their camera and microphone and to confirm their support for the resolution or otherwise by stating for, against or not voting. And then the result of the vote will be reported back to the meeting. As a reminder, members of the committee can only participate in and vote on an application if they are able to hear and be heard throughout. So if a member loses connection and is able to alert us to this fact, the meeting may be able to adjourn for a short period to allow them to reconnect. but if they're unable to reconnect within a short time, the meeting will continue without them and they'll be unable to participate in or vote on that particular application. If the live stream of the meeting fails, the meeting may be adjourned for a reasonable length of time to try and restore the connection, but if it's not possible to do that, the meeting will need to be postponed to a new date. And finally, please note that the meeting is being audio recorded and live streamed to the public, and also that there will be a fire alarm test at 11 AM. So we now move on to the agenda, and item 1, apologies for absence. Mrs. Baxter, are there any apologies?
None, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Item number 2 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations from members, please? Sorry, can I call Councillor Nick Mannion, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is in relation to the application, agenda item 6, application 20/2640M, relating to Wimslow High School. I am the current council portfolio holder for the environment and regeneration. Part of my portfolio covers council owned assets. And this is this application is an application by the council. However, have had no prior involvement in this matter whatsoever, and was not aware of any of the details of it until the agenda for today's meeting was published. I met the applicant on behalf of the council in the past, nor have I discussed the matter with any other officers at Chester East Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mannion. Similarly, I have 2 declarations also to make in respect of item 7, application number 19/0684M, land off Hayes Lane, Alderley Edge, and item number 8, application 20/0554M, Cornercroft, again, Alderley Edge. These 2 applications are at committee following my call-in request. Clearly, Alderley Edge Parish Council have taken a view on both of these applications, but I have not participated in any previous public debate on either of these items or expressed a view, and I retain an open mind on both. And then finally, again on item 7, application 19/0684M, the second of the public speakers is known to me, although Mrs. Sarah Greenwood is speaking as a resident objector. Mrs. Greenwood is also a member of Alderley Edge Parish Council. Thank you very much. Are there any further declarations of interest, members? Okay, so item 3 is the minutes of the previous meeting, which took place on the 7th of October. I would like to propose those as a correct record of the meeting. Councillor Tony Dean, could I invite you to second that?
Happy to second that, Chair, if you can see me. Happy to second that.
Thank you very much. So I will now invite each member of the committee in alphabetical order to confirm their support or otherwise by stating for, against or not voting, beginning with Councillor Liz Braithwaite.
Not voting, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Tony Dean.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Finlow.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ailift Harewood.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Harewood. Councillor Sally Holland.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McFarlane.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Mannion.
For.
Councillor Brendan Murphy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor James Nicholas.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Puddicombe.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Leslie Smetham.
For.
Thank you. And finally, myself, Councillor Craig Brown, also for. So those minutes are clearly carried with 1 abstention. Item 4 is public speaking time. So members, of the public and members of the council who have pre-registered will be invited at the appropriate moment for the application to which they've pre-registered. Can I also just take this opportunity to point out we have 17 registered public speakers today, so if I could make a plea to members to be as succinct as possible in any questioning, that would be much appreciated. We'll now move on to our first application, which is item number 5, application 201560M, demolition of existing buildings and construction of a 60-bedroom care home, use class C2, with associated access, parking, landscaping and site infrastructure. And the address is 107 to 109 Manchester Road, Wilmslow. Could I now call on our planning officer, Mr. Robert Law, to make the presentation for this application, please?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Please bear with me whilst I try to share my screen. Hopefully you can see that, Chairman.
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Right. This application relates to the site of 2 large detached 1930s properties accessed off Manchester Road to the north of Wilmslow. The site is located within a predominantly residential area and a low density housing area. As you can see from the aerial image, the site is on the western side of Manchester Road and is well set back with long rear gardens. The site is divided by the existing tree planting and shrubs which separate the rear gardens of number 107 and 109, which form the application site. As you can see, it's towards the Lacey Green side of Wilmslow. You've got Lacey Green Park here, Wilmslow Cemetery here, and the Manchester Railway line here. So in terms of site photos and the context, this is taken from Manchester Road, looking at the front of the site. So on the left-hand side here, you've got 107, and then on the right-hand side, you've got 109. Existing tree, which is within the highway frontage. So again, another photo taken looking towards 107 and the adjacent property to the left-hand side, 105, which would remain in situ. Again, another photo from Manchester Road, so 109, so the right-hand side of the application site, adjacent to the neighbouring property, number 111. And then moving into the site, this is taken from the rear of number 109, so 109 is to the right-hand side, adjacent to the existing property, number 111 Manchester Road. You can see boundary defined by existing hedgerow. Again, from the rear garden, this time from 107, and this is, sorry, taken from 109, and this is looking towards 107. This existing boundary along the middle, as I mentioned earlier, will be removed to allow development of the site. And again, rear garden of 109, taken from the end, looking back towards the rear elevation of 109. Again, this vegetation would be cleared. And then this is a photo looking towards the rear of number 1 Lacey Grove, taken from the rear garden of 109. So this is to the back end of the site. You can see number 1 Lacey Grove here. And then a view of some other neighbouring properties, so number 90 and 92 Lacey Green. Again, this is from the rear garden of number 109. So from the rear of number 107, this is taken looking along the boundary, the southern side boundary with number 105. This would remain in situ. And then again, rear garden of 107, taken from the end of the garden, looking towards the back of the property, 107. So moving on to the site plan and the proposals. As you can see from the slide, the proposals are to demolish numbers 107 and 109 and replace them with a single 60-bed care home. The site measures approximately 0.5 hectare in size. The building proposed will be a T-shape behind the main front elevation.
I'm not hearing the commentary, Mr. Chairman.
Can you hear me okay?
It's Councillor Murphy.
Can you hear me okay, Chair?
I can hear you, but I'm not sure Councillor Murphy can hear you.
I'll carry on.
Sorry, Robert. Sarah, can we just wait 1 second, because if Councillor Murphy can't hear, then he won't be able to take part. Councillor Murphy, you're on mute. Can you not hear anything? Do you want to adjourn while we try and get him back on?
We'll just take a brief pause, Robert, while we see if we can reconnect Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, you appear to be back on, but we're getting a lot of feedback. Okay. Are you able to hear?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hearing nothing from your end.
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
Mr. Chairman. I cannot hear anything at all from yourselves. I'm now being told the meeting has been adjourned for a break, or for coffee, tea, or to repair the audio system.
We were taking a brief break to see whether you could be reconnected, Councillor Murphy. Are you able to hear me now? No. Could we mute Councillor Murphy, please?
Hey Ben, we've got issues with Councillor Murphy. Can't hear what we're saying. We've got really bad.
Robert, thank you for your patience, members. Also, we have a very full agenda today, as I said earlier, with several public speakers. So we're going to continue with the meeting now, and IT services will make contact with Councillor Murphy and try and establish the cause of the problem. So please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll return back to this slide. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, proposes the demolition of both of the existing properties, 107, 109, to be replaced with a 60-bed care home, with a main front block here, with a T-shape tagged onto the back of it.
Sorry, Robert, to interrupt. That you've taken the slides down, I think, or you stopped sharing.
Just bear with me. Can you see that,
Mr.
Chair?
Chairman, I can't.
Can you see that okay, Chair?
You can see that now, thank you.
Okay, I'll carry on. So 60-bed care home in place of 2 existing properties with parking to the front for 33 spaces. The access will be taken midway through the existing frontage of number 107. As you can see, there's landscaped areas to the side and rear of the proposed building. So in terms of the proposed elevations, this will give you an idea of the appearance of the scheme. So whilst the building would have quite a large footprint, the effects of this are minimised by some careful design. So the mass of the building is broken up really well to give the appearance of, as it were, 2 large detached properties with a visual break. Whilst it being one mass, they're visually broken up with some glazing and flat roof elements from the front, and that also continues to the side. As you can see with elevation B, which is the one here facing number 111, it's successfully broken up into individual elements to create a really good quality of design. And this follows again to the other elevation, to the other side. So elevation D, facing number 105, again broken up into nice subservient elements to create a hierarchy. So in terms of context from the street scene, this is a CGI, and this is how it would appear sat between number 105 and 111. Now, the trees along the frontage would be retained, but this top image shows you how it would appear just taking the trees away, so you can see how it relates in terms of scale to 105 and 111. So gable ended, but enough separation in between to help it sit comfortably along the frontage and sit well with the low density housing area that characterises this part of Manchester Road. So in terms of another CGI, this shows the front of the site with the trees in situ. This is looking towards the north, and you've got the existing property 111 and the properties behind that are proposed, sorry, the care home behind that's proposed. So a nice green frontage still retained. Taken away, trees taken away just to give you an idea again of scale, sits comfortably within the plot. And then taken from the other side of the site, this is number 107 side. Now 107 currently is accessed around about here, but the proposed access to the site would be moved further along in between these 2 existing trees, which would be retained, and the access would serve this, well, the care home and the 33 spaces that would be to the front. Again, nice green edge retained to Manchester Road. And again, more CGI without the trees, just to show how it sits in from that side. So just to summarise, the site is within Wilmslow, which is a key service centre where the principle of this development is acceptable. The development will provide suitable accommodation to enable an ageing population within Cheshire East to live full, independent lives for as long as possible. It is considered that it would make a valuable contribution towards the housing supply for elderly people within the borough, as well as a continuity of their care, which is a material consideration. Whilst members will note from the update that there is an objection from adult services, this relates to high vacancy rates as a result of steep death rates from COVID-19. However, the most up-to-date evidence base still shows that there is still a need for elderly persons accommodation, and therefore at this moment in time the scheme remains acceptable in principle and there is a need for this type of accommodation. The design is high quality and the application is acceptable in all other respects. As such, the scheme is recommended for approval as per page 22 of the agenda reports pack, and that's subject to a financial contribution towards healthcare being directed towards Alderley Edge Medical Centre, Chelford Surgery, the David Lewis Medical Practice, Hanforth Health Centre, Kenmore Medical Centre and Wilmslow Health Centre. Okay, thank you, Chair. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Law. We'll now move on to the public speakers for this item, and I will first call Councillor Don Stockton, who is the ward councillor. Councillor Stockton, if you'd like to now turn on your camera and microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can see you, and I can also hear you. So, Councillor Stockton, you now have 5 minutes. Please begin whenever you're ready.
There has been a massive reduction in the demand for residential and nursing care beds across the country. If you take even a cursory interest, you will realise many homes are suffering a business-threatening environment. It is my opinion that a care home on Adlington Road in Wilmslow argued even before pandemic that it was forced to close due to a lack of demand. It later drew up proposals to build apartments. Since that closure, a much bigger care home has been granted locally, increasing capacity still further. Elderly people have always wished to remain in their own homes. This application would reduce the demand for already struggling quality care homes in the area. Their potential closures would result in residents being forced to transfer at a time least conducive to their ability to cope with change. In order to influence you to disregard the views of adult services, essentially in agreement with myself regarding need, you are told by officers that policy refers to proven need for specialist accommodation. It does not require a demonstration of there being no vacancies, and that provision of single ensuite bedrooms would minimise mixing of residents. The policy did not foresee the pandemic and was trying to promote specialist accommodation. It was not written to restrict the mixing of residents as implied by the updates. In fact, en-suite facilities don't really help in this regard. Just ask cruise operators. In the case of dementia sufferers, they can be a hazard rather than a benefit. Councillor John Newell will later represent the views of Wilmslow Town Council, making reference to the Wilmslow Neighbourhood Plan. If you were to approve this application today, what will that say about your support for neighbourhood planning, about the diligent work of residents and councils across the country who have created them in the hope that they could preserve and enhance their local areas? NPPF paragraph 130 states that permission should be refused for design that fails to improve the quality of an area. But page 21 of the report, paragraph 2 states, the proposal has the appearance of maximising the space available with only a limited regard to the retention of trees and provision of amenity space, which is unfortunate. Does unfortunate imply improving the character and quality of an area? Policy D3, Macclesfield Borough Local Plan, states that development should not significantly impact upon the amenity of adjoining residential property. However, the distances quoted in the report take no account of the fact that elderly residents will spend more time in their rooms than occupants of domestic dwellings. They will inevitably take an interest in the only view they have, overlooking the neighbours. The scale of development, easily visible from 105 and 111, is overbearing. Even when the clever architectural devices have been shown to effect, the overall effect is that of a street scene of houses when viewed from the side. The area should remain a low-density, high-quality housing area in accordance with the Macclesfield Borough Local Plan. Noting that development would affect the character of a housing area or the amenities of adjoining occupiers will not normally be permitted. Page 16 of the report states that the density is not the highest in the immediate vicinity. However, it is the cumulative effect that is so destructive, and this application increases density substantially. Indeed, it would make more likely applications for apartments when the applicant eventually realises the lack of demand and eventually wishes to benefit from the principle of development you are in danger of establishing today. A business in this location, if a success, would undermine the quality of life of those on Manchester Road, attracting more vehicles, more parking, more obstruction to driveways and cyclists, and would be too open and out of keeping. Please listen to the views of Wilmslow Town Council and local people and refuse this application on the suggested grounds of lack of need. This consideration has previously run roughshod over all other considerations in previous applications. It should not be allowed to do so again. Listen to adult services. The overbearing nature and reduced amenity created by this business, and the fact that it is contrary to the Wilmslow neighbourhood plan. These plans should be given the weight they deserve. As a sustainable transport, you could...
That's your 5 minutes. But there may be questions from members, so please remain on the line for a moment. Members, if you wish to ask a question to Councillor Stockton, please could you indicate using the chat facility, and I will come to you in turn. Yes, Councillor Brian Puddicombe, please.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Stockton, you said that older people have always preferred to remain in their own homes. Is that your opinion, or is that based on some survey or fact?
I suppose in honesty, it's an opinion, but you ask your parents whether they want to stay in their own homes, and I think you'll find they probably do. I don't think there's many people actually choose to go into this sort of care accommodation. They do so when they basically need to.
Thank you. And Councillor Paul Findlow, please.
I'm not familiar, Chairman, with the terms of the Wilmslow neighbourhood plan. So could Councillor Stockton tell us precisely how this application is contrary to the neighbourhood plan? I'm not clear on that.
There's a later speaker, Chair, John Newell, Councillor John Newell, who will be speaking at some length on this, so I'll leave that to them. He's representing the views of Wilmslow Town Council, and obviously they are against this development, but I'd prefer to leave that detail to him. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll allow that speaker to appraise the neighbourhood plan policies. And Councillor Ailiff Harewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can Councillor Stockton, how do you know of the fall in demand? Do you know places that are available in the neighbourhood or adjacent neighbourhood? Do you know that for a fact, as that there is a fall in demand?
I know that for a fact, yes. It's locally general knowledge that there are empty beds available, and indeed across the country. So, you know, you only have to take a cursory look at the newspapers or indeed watch the news, and you'll realise that a lack of demand has taken place. I believe that will be in the future ongoing, basically because people wish to stay in their homes longer. They want a quality of life and stay in their own homes. It's just something that people like to do, and there is plenty of good care provision in the area for that to take place. So yeah, there we are. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions in the chat. So Councillor Stockton, thank you for your time, and please could you now turn off your camera and microphone, and I will invite the next speaker, who is...
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stockton. The next speaker is Councillor Mark Goldsmith, who is an adjacent ward councillor. Councillor Goldsmith, you have 3 minutes, and please begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, committee. The perceived wisdom is that we have a chronic shortage of care home beds, so planning considerations should be relaxed for these applications. However, this is not true. Cheshire East Adult Services, our experts on the subject, have categorically stated Cheshire East already has too many care home beds. They say Cheshire East has the second highest number of care home beds per capita in the whole country. This application is for 60 more beds, but we already have 610 empty beds across the borough, covering residential, dementia and nursing care. The Bupa Care Home in Wilmslow is now offering 6 weeks care for the price of 4 because demand is so low. Cheshire East experts say that future demand is no better either. COVID-19 has radically changed opinions. Our elderly now want help to stay in their own homes. Therefore, this application is not a much needed facility and must be subject to all normal planning considerations. So view this as a luxury hotel for the over 65s, costing up to £300 a night or £110,000 a year to stay there. The continuity of care the planning office states it will provide will only last for as long as the resident's money does. So this application should be rejected for 3 planning reasons. Firstly, overdevelopment. It is 11 times bigger than the property next door. Any other application to turn 2 4-bed houses into a 60-bed mansion, all with ensuite bathrooms, would instantly be rejected as overdevelopment. When producing their plot size to building size percentage figures, the applicant included the council-owned grass verges within their own plot size. They excluded the verges from all the other houses on Manchester Road, though, so making their plot seem bigger. Why? Because they clearly know it is overdevelopment. So they fiddled the figures to try and hide that fact. Secondly, a lack of parking. Only 23 independently accessible parking spaces is clearly not enough. Cheshire East is also planning compulsory cycle lanes on Manchester Road, which will remove all nearby on-road parking as well, making this shortage even bigger. Finally, a lack of privacy. Safe policy DC 38 says habitable windows should be 21 metres away or more. They're only 13 metres away in places. Policy DC 41 says infill development should, and I quote, not result in overlooking of existing private gardens. Clearly they do. Other speakers will give you other more reasons, so I will sum up. We do not need more care homes in Cheshire East, not now and not in the foreseeable future. So view this development as a luxury hotel for the elderly, and when you do, you will clearly see the many overwhelming reasons to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsmith, and thank you for remaining within time also. Are there any questions, members? Please indicate within the chat. Councillor Dean, your camera has come on. Does that indicate that you wish to ask a question?
It does actually. I didn't know I'd done that.
Please go ahead, Councillor Dean.
Yeah, Councillor Goldsmith, you mentioned 23 parking spaces. My documents tell me there's 33.
Yeah, 10 of them are tandem spaces, so you have to access them through another space. So they're not independent of the other ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Any further questions, members? No. In that case, thank you, Councillor Goldsmith. Could I now invite you to turn off your camera and microphone, and I'll now call our next speaker. It's Town Councillor John Newell, representing Wilmslow Town Council. Councillor Newell, you have also 5 minutes speaking time, so please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Before making the specific comments of Wilmslow Town Council, I'd like to point out a material error in the summary of the planning officer, which appears on page 9 of the agenda papers, and in fact was repeated in his introduction. He said the development will provide suitable accommodation to enable the ageing population within East Cheshire to live full independent lives for as long as possible. This is wrong. This proposed facility is specifically designed to provide high quality and high cost residential care to those who cannot live independent lives. No one capable of independent living is going to pay £1,500 a week to go into this facility. It's wrong to consider this facility as making a contribution to the housing needs of the elderly population. It is not housing, it's a commercial business consisting of a residential care facility designed to make a profit from the provision of high quality care. It should be seen as such when addressing the impact of the proposed facility on the local community. Wilmslow Town Council recommends refusal of this application on the following grounds. Number one, it's an overdevelopment of the site within a low density area and is contrary to policy NE6 of the Wilmslow Neighbourhood Plan, which is on page 16 of the officer's report. That clearly states the build form and hard surface area must not exceed 50% of the area of the original plot unless permeable surfacing is used. From the diagrams we just had presented, it's quite clear that this 50% is massively exceeded. Number two, the development is out of keeping with the street scene, particularly in terms of mass. At page 16 of the officer's report, comments are made by the officer, paragraph 5 on page 16. It is clear that the main issue with this proposal is the scale of the development. Para 6, it is also clear that the way the large building has been designed would minimise its impact. This is something which is clearly shown in the visualisations. We agree with the statement of paragraph 5, but disagree completely with the statement of paragraph 6. Much is made of the glazed link between the two elements, and the statement is made that this gives the building the appearance of two houses. Simply put, we disagree. It's a 60-bed facility housed in a single unit. It is a huge building for a plot of this size, and that is exactly what it looks like. Even if you take the glazed link into account, the conclusion would be the same. If it's frosted or glazed glass, it might just as well be a wall. If it's clear glass, it will offer a clear and uninterrupted view of the mass of the building behind it, and once again, might just as well as be a wall. And number 3, the proposed parking provision is of poor design, insufficient, and contrary to Cheshire East policy in respect to care home parking. We're particularly concerned that 10 of the spaces are tandem parking. Tandem parking spaces will always be awkward. Each vehicle movement will actually require 3 movements by 2 vehicles. This will create disturbance, especially since the issues are likely to arise at shift changes, which fall in the early morning or late evening. We repeat that the parking provision is inconsistent with CEC policy. 2 other matters need to be taken into account when assessing the parking adequacy. As Councillor Goldsmith said, there is about to be introduced a cycle lane between Wilmslow and Hanford. This will put a compulsory cycle lane down both sides of Manchester Road and is the key route linking Wilmslow and Hanford. There will be no street parking at all along this stretch of Manchester Road, and there is no obvious overflow parking within a reasonable distance. Comment is made in the application about the availability of public transport. Members of this committee know only too well that the local bus service remains under threat, and even if it continues as envisaged, reference needs to be made to the timetable. That timetable is by no means fixed, but the service almost certainly is not going to be available at the end of the evening shift and throughout weekends. Sunday is the most popular day for nursing home visiting, and being a nursing home, the staffing levels will remain fairly constant throughout a 7-day week. This will put further pressure on the car parking. Having followed this debate in detail, we do know that the current CEC policy on care home parking was heavily influenced by the appeal decision on the Hanford Road nursing home. We would make one observation. The inspector carried out his site visit on the 13th of August 2019. That was a Tuesday in the middle of a holiday period. It would be unfortunate if that unrepresentative day was found to be a base for such far-reaching decisions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newell. Are there any questions, members, please? Please indicate in the chat if you would like to ask a question of Councillor Newell. No, I'm not seeing anybody. In that case, Councillor Newell, thank you for joining us. If I could now invite you to turn off your camera and microphone, and I will call the next speaker. So the next speaker is Mr. Christopher Lee, who is an objector. Mr. Lee, if I could, I can see you've now turned on your camera and microphone. Thank you for that. And you have 3 minutes, so please begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. There is clearly no need for this development. Based on need, the application has had 6 clear and strong objections by our healthcare professional bodies and no supporters. Adult social care have told us there's 610 vacancies in beds, plus the 60 for the Hanford Road development already. On this alone, the application should be rejected. I would also question if it could ever be approved in complete contradiction of the feedback received from our healthcare communities regarding need. Added to this, there are many other facts that should be highlighted to you as why this is an ill-conceived development, lacking integrity and the credibility going forward. Our family lives next door with an average size build and garden for Manchester Road. The proposed plot is 4 times bigger than our plot, yet the build is 11 times greater. It's clear garden grabbing and completely out of keeping with the residential road. Most disturbing is the developer throughout the proposal has taken a conscious decision to show the plot size greater than it actually is, and there's handpicked properties to compare to by not taking all the neighbours. They have run their calculations from the wrong dimensions, and worryingly, the planning officer has just shown you the plot size that's wrong. Those red lines he showed you is not the right plot size. think and ask yourself, what is the motivation of the developer for doing this? It's because the plot size and density ratios are overbearing and overdeveloped. It's further evidence is the large basements been proposed, and the really poor quality parking is further evidence of the overbearing and overdevelopment nature of the property. Currently, 2 residential houses, there'd be 100 people concurrently on site each day in a 2-storey building that's completely overbearing on neighbouring properties and resulting in significant loss of our privacy. In all respects, the developer has pushed beyond the boundaries and the worst denominators regarding scale, density, shading, privacy, distances and car parking. The development will be nothing but detrimental to the neighbourhood, and I repeat, it is proven there is no care home need. If approved, this development would lead to a huge reduction in the quality of life of the neighbours. It would be even more difficult to accept knowing the lack of integrity in the proposal through the method in which the important facts have been wrongly presented with the aim of muscling this proposal through. It's beyond selling, it's misleading to the reader. We're in a time where corporate behaviour and the support for our NHS has never been more in the spotlight. Allowing this proposal would say to this developer and to others, don't worry about local planning rules or the impact on the quality of life of neighbours, and there's no need to consult with the NHS. They can deal with all and pick up the pieces later. And it doesn't matter if important facts are deliberately misleading. But rejecting this proposal would say to our NHS and our healthcare providers, not only do we clap for you, but we listen to you. Your professional opinion matters and we act upon your recommendations. But please reject this application, support the neighbours and local residents against a wholly inappropriate development, and most importantly, back the overwhelming advice of our NHS.
You've used up your time now, so I'm going to have to move on, but there may be questions from members. Members, would anyone like to ask a question of Mr. Lee? I'm not seeing anybody indicating. Oh, yes, right at the last. I was about to move on. Councillor Finlow, please.
You said you thought that the plans supplied by the planning officer were inaccurate. Could you just tell me again precisely how you feel them to be inaccurate, please?
Well, we know. So if you can cast your minds back, and I don't know if the planning officer, Robert Law, could show his slide again, but it's very visible on his slide how that has been exaggerated. They have taken the council, that in front of our properties, there is a grass verge followed by a pavement followed by a grass verge, and that all belongs to the council. In showing the dimensions of the property and the plot, on the plot, the developer has wrongly and deliberately taken the 2 grass verges and the pavement to exaggerate the plot size. When they've measured all the other plots that they've compared to, they have correctly omitted all those things from it. So very deliberately exaggerated the plot of that they're comparing to and done the correct calculations for the chosen properties, not all the properties, the ones they've hand-picked to compare in dimension size. So very deliberately misleading all of us in the density and plot size calculations.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I suspect we may take that up with one of the next 2 speakers. I don't see anybody else wishing to ask a question, so if I could now ask you to turn off your camera and microphone, and we'll move on to the next speaker, who is Matthew Johnson, representing the applicant. So if I could ask you, Mr. Johnson, to turn on your camera and microphone now, and you have 90 seconds. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I was wondering before I start whether it would be possible for the applicant to go first. Is that at all possible? The next speaker, Claire Ellum from Care UK. I'm very happy to start if that is the...
I think since we've started, it's probably appropriate for you to go first now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know there's been a number of planning points raised, and I'm very happy to provide further information if councillors have any questions on things like how the tandem parking operates. Very, very happy to explain that. I think perhaps picking up some of the main points. Need is obviously a point that's been raised by a number of the speakers before me. And I think the key issue here is in the officer's update, which is the difference between need and vacancy. The evidence we've submitted with the application shows that there is a proven need for this care home, and that it continues to be the case next year into 2025 when the home will be open. And actually, Care UK has overall seen its net admissions rising. COVID, of course, very unfortunate, but there is still a need for this care accommodation, and that need should not be confused with vacancy. On the other points that have been raised, I think the other one is density as the main one. I will clarify, we have not intended, we've not deliberately misled the council here. And I think actually the confusion over the site area is dealt with by the officer in his report, where he points out that even if you were to include the grass verges, it would still be under 50% of the plot that's occupied by building, i.e. the majority of the plot would still be occupied with garden land. And I think the other points as well, are addressed in the officer's report.
I'm afraid you've used your 90 seconds now, so I'm going to have to move on. But are there any questions, please, from members to Mr. Johnson? Yes, I've got two. I've got Councillor Harewood and then Councillor Mannion. So Councillor Harewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know how the speaker can demonstrate a fall. On one side, there's a fall in demand. Well, how do you define need? Whose need? Did you have a survey on that need? How do you know there's a need?
That's right, Councillor. So with the application, there is a document called a needs assessment, and that's looking at a number of things. That's looking at census data, the age in population, the prevalence of things like dementia or multiple sclerosis that the care home might provide care for, in terms of the conditions that residents might have. And even taking into account unfortunate things like mortality rates this year due to COVID, it still shows that there is a need for particular care accommodation, single occupancy ensuite care bedrooms. There is still a need for that type of accommodation. And as I say, I think that's not to be confused with vacancies. Vacancies can arise for different reasons. When we look at the data, Councillor, it does still show a proven need for care accommodation.
Chair, can I ask another question, please?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. Is that implying that need cannot be met at home or elsewhere? Why a care home?
It reflects the fact that, and actually as Councillor Stockton alluded to, there will be circumstances, people's conditions do often mean that they reach a point where care at home is no longer possible. And there are other issues with care at home as well, in terms of carers visiting different homes. For example, at the moment, we know that's not something that's necessarily to be encouraged. There will be some points where a resident's care needs just simply mean that it cannot be met in their own home. They are better met in a purpose-built care home where they have access to registered nurses and they have direct access to carers that can meet their needs in a more immediate basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair. Can I ask another?
I'm sorry, Councillor Harewood. I've got 5 other members.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Councillor Nick Mannion, please.
Yeah. Thank you. It's related to what Councillor Harewood brought up. Can you please explain for me, as a layman, where it's accepted that vacancy rates are increasing, yet you say the need is not being met? Now, is that because the vacancies are of a completely different type of offer? And I'll use that phrase because I'm a little bit confused. I come from a housing background, and if you've got voids, vacancies, there is no need to build any more. And I'm a little bit confused. Could you please explain why that dichotomy is not correct? It's not appropriate in this case.
Certainly, Councillor. So I think when we talk about vacancies, it can be, Councillor, to be completely honest with you, it can be for the same type of care, but these vacancies can arise for other reasons, sometimes reasons of quality. So homes may be, existing homes may have, for example, shared bathrooms or other facilities where actually people who are going into those homes or relatives of those people who's going into those homes decide that it's not appropriate. They wouldn't wish to put their resident in something that's, as I say, has a shared bathroom or is an older facility. What Care UK sees is still a need for these, as I say, what the Department of Health defines as appropriate accommodation in these single ensuite bedrooms. That is the sort of accepted, as I say, appropriate accommodation for providing this, providing care and meeting the need for care. So as I say, vacancies can result in other reasons. And I think we see this, it's not just care homes, there's a lot of offices vacant at the moment, but of course we still need offices. There will be homes that are normal homes that are vacant across the country, but we know we still need housing. They are two different concepts, they are two different things, and it's important that your policy here refers to need and not vacancy, and that's why we submitted our document.
Thank you. You answered the question now. Thank you. I'd like to move on to the next one. Councillor Ian McFarlane, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to ask a question on the staffing levels which you're proposing. Can I ask if any of your staff will be medically qualified to look after the patients, or will you be planning to utilise the local care centres for staffing help? And have you been in touch with the local care centres in the Wilmslow region, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning. The short answer is yes to both. There will be medically trained staff within the care home. As I said, we have registered nurses, but at the same time, there is also involvement with local GP surgeries. Care UK does work very closely with GP surgeries, and I think as well, this is where the request for the healthcare contribution has come from, and Care UK has agreed to that. It may be a question, Councillor, if I'm honest, that actually the next speaker, the applicant, might be able to provide a bit more information on. But as I say, the home will have medically trained staff, but at the same time, it does work very closely with local GP surgeries.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if it'd either be yourself or the next person to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Brian Puddicombe, please.
Yeah, thank you. Could I just take Mr. Johnson's kind offer to explain how tandem parking works?
No problem at all, Councillor. This is something that Care UK has at other existing homes as well. What we've submitted with the application is something called a car park management plan, and that sets out the full detail of how this works. But essentially, these tandem spaces are typically allocated to staff that are working on the same shift pattern. So problems in terms of leaving and arriving at different times don't arrive. And it's very similar to how one might sign in or sign out at reception when anyone goes into any other type of business or indeed any other care home. There is a way in which it is monitored and tracked to ensure that the tandem parking spaces can function as designed, and you avoid these situations of people being blocked in or empty spaces being blocked as well. So, as I say, it's something Care UK they know it works from their other homes. And here it was something we felt increasing the number of parking spaces in response to comments we had at pre-application stage. This was an option that would work well here.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Finlow, please.
Thank you. Could you help me with this? High vacancies, in other words, excess supply, demonstrates a lack of demand, and does not demand here subsume to a degree, significant degree, need, unless we're rewriting the laws of supply and demand.
As I say, Councillor, I think it's important to split out the concept of vacancy and need/demand. Vacancies can arise for other reasons. As I say, those can be in terms of the quality of the accommodation that's provided. It can be for other reasons. I think, as I've answered, I think earlier, that because there are vacancies doesn't mean there isn't a need. I think what we see from the evidence we've submitted is that there is still a need. That the population statistics, the types of care that people require, dementia care, etc., still shows us that there is a need for facilities, purpose-built modern facilities to provide that care and meet residents' needs.
But what are the other reasons? Quality.
Sorry, Councillor?
What are the other reasons?
So
quality,
I think
the only one you've cited is quality. In other words, you're going to give them more high quality. Hold on, stop. you're going to provide a higher quality offer, you assert. But what are the other reasons?
Well, I think one of the other reasons that Adult Services refers to, Councillor, is COVID, and as I mentioned earlier, as you know, that's obviously been very unfortunate. I think we've all been affected by that this year, and it can be the case that unfortunately, with mortality rates, residents are no longer in care homes, in those other care homes, as long as they would have otherwise been. But I think, as we hope, we will move away from a situation of COVID. And as I say, Care UK has already seen its admissions start to rise again to care homes, people coming from hospital or people who are meeting or reaching that particular point where their needs need to be met in a specialised care environment. So it's possible as we move away from COVID, and I think Adult Services accept that it's not possible for them to state what the impact might be. But if we move away from COVID back to where we were before, that is where we start to expect to see more people coming into care homes, or perhaps staying longer in care homes where they are already there.
Thank you. Could I move on to Councillor Leslie Smetham, please?
Thank you. But my question is partly related to what you just answered. I would like to ask if you have been in consultation with the NHS regarding people locally in hospital who could be suitably released to a care home rather than to their own homes. Do you know that is a definite need, the distinction between hospital, care home and home?
I think, apologies if I've misunderstood the question, Councillor. I think, are you talking about residents coming from hospital into the care home, or?
Yes. Yes.
So in terms of, in a general sense, what often happens at this time of year, and I know what happens with Care UK, is that often they will be contacted by hospitals, asking hospitals whether there are residents that are currently in hospital that can have their care needs met in the care home over winter, and that has the benefit of freeing up hospital beds. That is a benefit of the scheme. It frees up hospital beds for people who would otherwise stay in hospital. So the care needs are such that the care home can meet those needs. And as I say, it's regular practice at this time of year for hospitals to write to people like Care UK to see whether other beds are available to help meet those needs. As I say, Care UK works very closely. There's a whole operations team that work very closely with GP surgeries to understand whether people, what their needs are and how Care UK can meet that in their homes.
Would you say that a sufficient provision would bring down the cost of going into a care home?
A sufficient provision of care home beds generally in the area.
Yes.
I mean, it's perhaps speaking outside of my sort of specialist area as a planner councillor. One would think perhaps in sort of economic terms that may be the case, but as I say, it's perhaps going more onto the business side of things rather than the planning side of things, which I can answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. If I could now ask you to turn off your camera and microphone, and I'll move on to the next speaker, who is Claire Ellen, who is representing Care UK. So, Mrs. Ellen, if I could ask you to turn on your camera and microphone, and you have 90 seconds to address the committee. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak at this committee. As you've just rightly said, I'm Claire Ellen. I'm the Head of Care Home Development, and I'm speaking on behalf of Care UK, the applicant. At Care UK, we are always conscious that any proposals for change and development can cause concern. As the developer of the care home, but also the operator too, we are keen to ensure that we engage with the communities which we are seeking to become a part of. This was particularly true here, and we had early engagement with the local MP, local councillors and local residents. I do truly believe that the home will be an asset to Wilmslow. It will be registered with the Care Quality Commission to provide a range of residential care services for adults, allowing residents to continue living active and fulfilling lives in supportive, safe and comfortable surroundings. As the situation with COVID-19 changes, we are adapting activities and the environment to make sure that all residents remain both safe as well as happy. There's an increasing need for care, and COVID-19 has highlighted particular areas where improvements have to be made from both a social and a health perspective. New purpose-built care homes provide the best quality of life. The new home at Wilmslow will offer secure continuity of care colleagues and enhanced infection prevention measures. This fit-for-purpose new care home will provide much-needed modern care accommodation, which will be essential in the post-COVID world. We therefore hope that councillors will agree with their officers' reports and that planning permission can be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Owen. Thank you for remaining within your time. Also, members, any questions to Mrs. Owen? Yes, Councillor Harewood, please. Councillor Harewood, I think
Yes.
you're on mute. Yes, go ahead, please. I think you put yourself back on mute.
I'm sorry, you can hear me.
We can now, yeah.
I just wondered how you defined the best quality of life in a care home. I cannot, how do you define that as opposed to anywhere else? How do you define quality of life and independence within an organization that caters for so many people? Can you expand on that, please?
Of course. So obviously, as an organisation, we're extremely passionate about fulfilling lives when people have the need to come into a care environment. I think a big factor is alleviating loneliness, which is obviously extremely common when people do remain at home. We have, you know, as we've stated, medical professionals who can care for residents that reside within our homes. We have activities. We have, you know, it's a purpose-built, designed environment that has, you know, external landscaping and, you know, activities coordinators to ensure that residents' lives continue and that they can continue to fulfil their lives and be happy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leslie Smetham, please.
Thank you. Have you been in discussion with the NHS about the demand in the area where you're hoping to build your care home? And can you tell us what that demand might be?
We haven't been in direct conversation on Wilmslow with the NHS at this stage in terms of assigning beds, etc. It could potentially be a conversation that comes up down the line. However, in line with the needs assessment, as Matthew rightly said, we do have evidence of the need, but not in direct conversation with the NHS at this stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Ian McFarlane, please.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Ellen. The question I was asking Mr. Johnson, which I'd like to put to you, please, is regarding the staffing levels at the proposed care home. Have you been in touch with the local medical centres in Wilmslow to find out their comments on this matter? And of the staff you are recruiting, how many of them have got medical qualifications so they can obviously take some weight off the local health centres?
Mm-hmm. So we obviously employ registered nurses who, you know, will always ensure that on a rota basis there is a registered nurse at the home 24/7. We employ trained care, also provide our own training as well. So we will have trained carers coming into the organisation, and the home manager and the deputy manager, who are obviously leads at the home, will also be registered nurses.
Yes, I'm just raising the point because on the planning portal, Kenmore Medical Centre in Wilmslow and Wilmslow Health Centre are against this proposal. Were you aware of that? Okay.
Thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Sally Holland, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Allen. I just got a question. Councillor Goldsmith earlier mentioned that the costs for care at an establishment such as this are £110,000 per year, breaking that down £302 per night. Could you just confirm that that is correct for me?
Fees, I mean, we don't work on a per night basis. You know, we're not a hotel as much as people keep alluding to, and we are a care facility. But typically fees are circa over £1,000 a week. So therefore that calculation is rough, is there and thereabouts.
Yeah, so I suppose my question then, if you look on page 15, S106 monies that are going to be provided by this equate to 28,914. So if you times 60 by the rough estimate of 110,000, it's not a great deal, is it? So I just wondering whether you think that's in accordance with the amount of money that will be coming from this development, which will come about.
Mm-hmm. I think the 106 figures are always, tend to be in line with, obviously the weekly fees. And weekly fees do vary, for our organisation and will be dependent upon people's needs. Everyone will be needs assessed. Therefore, it's not a blanket fee for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. So, Mrs. Elton, if I could now invite you to turn off your camera and microphone again, and we'll move on with the meeting. So, could I now go back to our planning officer, Mr. Robert Law? Quite a number of issues have been raised, I'm sure, during the public speaking time. Are there any that you would like to come back on at this point?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, as you will have seen from the speakers and members' questions, the primary sort of concern has surrounded need, and whilst that has been addressed in part by the applicant and agent, I'd just like to stress that there is, as per the written update, there is a difference between a vacancy and need. Now, we're in an unprecedented time at the moment in terms of the result of the high vacancy rates has come about because of COVID-19. That is a very small snapshot in time. That has led to high death rates in care homes, unfortunately, which has resulted in these high vacancy rates. What that hasn't done is dampened down the sort of long-term need. We've got an ageing population, and in terms of the application, it has been supported by a needs assessment. And in terms of long-term provision, that's still, and adult services actually agree with the conclusions of the needs assessment, that there is still a need for, over the long term, elderly accommodation such as this, especially of this qualitative nature, i.e. providing ensuite facilities for each bedroom. So in terms of yes, there are high vacancy rates, but we're hoping, obviously, as everyone is, that COVID will filter away, and that will stop skewing the vacancy rates that we're seeing at the moment. So on a policy basis, and this is what members need to take into account, the policy basis at the moment is that there will be a need for care home accommodation, and that's been supported in 2 recent appeal decisions that we've had, where inspectors have agreed that there is still a need for care home accommodation. So moving on, in terms of impact on sort of the character of the area, as I said in the presentation, the scheme's been really well designed in terms of breaking up the massing so that it does give the appearance of 2 large detached dwellings from Manchester Road frontage, which is what characterises this part of Wilmslow. So it's not considered that the proposal will detract from that. In terms of the density issue, it is accurate in terms of, you'll see we've corrected it in the officer report on page 16 with regards to the plot ratio. So we noted that the applicant had taken into account the highway verge at the front. We've discounted that and recalculated it, and still we only calculate the plot ratio, i.e. the development with taking into account the size of the plot, still only fills 46.3%. So that remains within tolerances and below the requirement of 50% in the Wilmslow Neighbourhood Plan Policy NE6. So we consider that, to all intents and purposes, the impact on the character and appearance of the area will be acceptable, and it won't undermine the low density nature of the site. In terms of the tandem parking, I think the agent explained that in terms of that will be managed with a car park management plan. If you want further advice on that, I'd refer to our highways colleagues. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I'll now move on to questions from members back to our officers. I've already got Councillor Dean indicated in the chat. If anybody else has a question, please indicate and let me know. But for now, I'd like to invite Councillor Dean to ask his question.
Thank you. The officer, Robert Law, has just actually answered the question I was going to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Paul Finlow, please.
Is our planning colleague answering for his adult services colleagues' views, or is there someone present to answer questions relating to the response to consultation by adult services?
I suspect it's a former, but I will invite a comment from Mr. Law on that. Are there any further questions from members before I do that? No. So, Mr. Law, please, if you'd like to come back on that.
Yeah, sure. In terms of this is officers' view from the planning perspective, so I obviously do not represent adult services, who are a separate part of the council. What members have to determine today is the planning merits of the case, and we've, as any other consultee, we've taken into account the comments raised by adult services. We don't feel that there's a policy position that is able to support their view in sustaining a refusal of planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions in the chat, so in that case, I'd like to move to the debate now. Could I have a volunteer to open the debate for us, please? Yes, Councillor McFarlane, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I think Mr. Law is correct. There will be a need in the future for quality professional care homes. That is absolutely a case. We're all living longer, thankfully, hopefully, and good quality care homes will be needed. But this application, and being the local councillor, I know Manchester Road well. It's raised a lot of issues with residents. We've had 150, or there have been 150 odd comments on the planning portal, covering everything from parking potential problems to the fact of the rear garden is being filled of 107 and 109 against the Wilmslow neighbourhood plans policies, and the effects on the street scene. So there's a lot to be discussed in the debates, and I look forward to listening to comments from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Harewood, please. Councillor Harewood, you're on mute at the moment.
No, she's put her hand down. Thank you, Chair. I would like to enter the debate by saying the planning needs have not been demonstrated, and this planning needs for the future. How do we know? We don't. If there are such vacancies currently, how long are we thinking of that these planning needs will be justified? Secondly, professional care is not the prerogative of nursing homes. Not now. Professional care can be had anywhere that professional people go. So and you are not living independently when you're living in a place of so many people, because you have to blend in with the routine that fits so many people in spite of the services that may be there. This one person, you're not a one person, you're a person amongst many. And while there may be some people who may need to go into a nursing home, again, it is a plan that they had no homes in the first place. Even if they come from a hospital, they must have had homes, or most of them anyway. But on the matter of today, do we need another nursing home of this size when there are 610 vacancies? And even thinking of the long term, in my opinion, that need has not been demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harewood. Councillor Dean, please.
Yes, I'm going to strongly agree with Councillor Harewood. We have many times in the past been asked to take the expert advice from people like highways and planning officers on issues like principle, and we should do that. We are always told we should do that, and it goes against us as appeal if we don't take the professional advice properly. I would think that the Adult Services Department are definitely the people who would say whether there is a need or not for another care home, and they appear to be saying very strongly there is no need. And the planners have decided that on some obscure point of policy that they're not going to take notice of their own professionals, and I'm not quite sure why. So that's one point. And the second point is the Wilmslow Neighbourhood Plan, and I was part of the Knutsford team that over 4 years produced a neighbourhood plan with much sweat, work and many consultations. And I know how much work goes into those, and the neighbourhood plan appears to quite clearly say no back garden development, and I don't see any other material reasons to overturn that, especially as the need has not been demonstrated. So I shall be voting to refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Smetham, please.
Thank you. I've got several concerns on this front, partly due to historical information that we've been given, and I do realise that that is historical information and times have changed, but perhaps care is rather more of a long-term issue for us due to our elderly population, as I think has already been said. There is another concern that cost of adult care to adult services is massive. And I'm just concerned that the wish for a lack of care homes is due to pressure on our adult services not to have to fund that sort of provision. And that's a difficult thing for me to say. But I am convinced that there will be need again in the future. And would a care home want to spend money on building a care home if there was no need and there wasn't going to be a market for their services? Someone in a care home is likely to be a person living alone, or perhaps even just half of them, but that would eventually free up their property for others if they were a single person going into a care home. And as I intimated before to my question to the developer, if there's a choice of care home and a sufficiency of care homes, that in the rules of supply and demand, that is quite likely to bring costs of care homes down. Is that a sufficient reason for building it in this location? I don't have any problem with the location. I know there is always a lot of resident opposition to anything that is proposed. So I just look at the facts and what's been presented to us, and I'm quite content with the type of development it is. Those are my thoughts for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smetham. Councillor Liz Braithwaite, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with the comments from Councillors Howard and Dean, and also looking at aspects other than need. I do feel it's an overdevelopment in a residential area. It seems very much out of keeping. It's a huge footprint. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Puddicombe, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would share my colleagues' concerns about need, but looking at the planning aspects of it, two detached properties are two detached properties, and a 60-bed care home is a 60-bed care home. So I do appreciate the objectors' concerns about the street scene appearance. Mr. Law talks about clever architectural devices. I don't think they're particularly clever, and I'm not fooled by them. A 60-bed care home is a 60-bed care home, and as things stand, I'm not sure I can support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Puddicombe. Councillor Paul Findlay, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is quintessentially a good example of plot cramming, otherwise known as overdevelopment, of a really quite prodigious proportions. And that in itself, irrespective of any debate about the application of the laws of supply and demand, I think is a highly material consideration. It just doesn't seem to me to fit in with its neighbours. The long-term economics, Chairman, we can only exercise a guesstimate about in relation to the future or even present, were it built, viability economically of this proposal. That's not a matter for us. I am entirely persuaded by the points put forward, the argument advanced by Councillor Harewood. I think it was absolutely spot on. The only thing she didn't mention was the policy, which is home first model, which is clearly articulated in the papers now before us. I entirely subscribe to it. The one thing that does concern me, Chairman, which I hinted at or alluded to earlier on, is you can't have planners answering for the advice from adult services. And this is not the first time this has happened. It's happened with other colleagues from other council departments not being present to answer members' questions. And I really do hope that can be looked into for the future, because I do feel there should be someone present to answer for adult services and what they say, which I'm supportive of the argument they're putting forward. But I don't think it's fair to ask the planners to, they can't answer for them. I hope that can be considered for the future, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Findlay. Yes, that's certainly noted, but I think the purpose of the consultation process is that the internal consultees provide their feedback and their objective opinion, and it's quite clear in this case, it's mentioned in the report, what their objective opinion is, and therefore we have to arrive at a conclusion based on what they've said. I also have some concerns with this application, I have to say. Overdevelopment, clearly, one of the public speakers referenced, I think I made a note of an 11-fold increase. But my greater concern is the impact that then has on external amenity space, which seen from the slides we saw in the officer's presentation as being quite limited. And I also noted that of the external amenity space that will exist, quite a lot of it, in fact, possibly almost all of it, appeared to be under the shade of tree canopies. And I have questions as to how appropriate that will be. I also always have an issue where applications come forward and they are not meeting our parking standards, which appears to be the case with this application. I'm also very, very aware of the issues on Manchester Road in terms of parking, and as has been referenced already, there are plans to introduce cycle lanes which will further restrict. In actual fact, there are cycle lanes already which should restrict parking. And then there was a mention made again by one of the public speakers about separation distances window to window being only 13 metres, and that didn't seem to be policy compliant either. So I have quite a number of concerns, as it would appear a number of fellow members do. However, we are where we are, and we don't yet have a proposal on the table. Councillor Dean, please.
Yeah, I can make a proposal if you like, Chairman. It might need adding to, but my proposal would be that we refuse this application on the basis that the need for a further 60-bed care home has not been demonstrated according to our own experts, and that the application is against policy of the Wilmslow neighbourhood plan. It does not provide parking up to our own standards, and I'm happy to leave it there, but if anybody else wants to add other reasons which they think are genuine planning reasons, I'm more than happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Is that proposal seconded?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Finlow, could you just confirm?
Yes, it's me, yes.
Thank
I don't
you.
think it fits in with the character of the area. I think that might be another ground, Chairman.
Correct. I'm just jotting that down. Character of the area as well. Councillor Dean, are you happy with that to be added?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will just invite our planning officer, Mr. Law, to come back in on those and just give us some advice on refining those reasons, perhaps.
Thank you, Chair. Without repeating what I said earlier, members need to be really careful about citing a need reason for refusal. I primarily say that because our own adult services actually say that they agree with the needs assessment that is submitted by the applicant. And what that concludes is basically they project an undersupply of this kind of accommodation to 2025 by 487 bed spaces. So, like I said earlier, we have an issue at the moment with high vacancy rates, but that's a small snapshot in time, and that's become as a result of COVID. So I need to stress that you need to be very careful in terms of citing a need reason for refusal. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the benefit of 2 recent appeal decisions which involved care home provision, and the inspectors agreed that due to our ageing population, over the long term we will have a need for those bed spaces. So we need to be very careful about that. In terms of the Councillor Dean's reference parking as well, now I probably think it's worth referring to Highways colleagues on that, but in terms of the operational characteristics of a care home, they invariably need or necessitate less parking spaces. So that's why you've not had an objection from our Highways officers on that basis. In terms of overdevelopment of the site, for reasons in the presentation, I'm not sure you would sustain a reason for refusal on that either, given that the massing is broken down really well. In terms of the character of the area, you only see that really from Manchester Road. And from Manchester Road, it will give the appearance of 2 sort of delineated blocks that will take on sort of the appearance of 2 large detached houses. So I'm struggling to understand how that will undermine the sort of character of the area. They're still 2-storey in form as well. Also just worth noting that there is permission on the site to develop the rear parts of it for a single detached dwelling. So we've already accepted in principle, obviously not to this scale, but in principle development of the backland garden area for a new house. So please just consider that before you know move into a resolution. Thank you.
Before you go, Robert, a couple of questions that I have following on from that. Firstly, could I ask you to comment on neighbourhood plan policy NE6, just to provide some clarity as to what that policy is actually saying? Because when the town councillor spoke earlier on, I heard I may have incorrectly noted that that sought to resist development where there was an increase in footprint of more than 50% existing building, and I may have misheard that. So you could clarify on that, and also on the if we're speaking about character of the area, impact on residential amenity of neighbours, and potential for overlooking.
Okay, dealing with the first point in terms of Wilmslow Neighbourhood Plan Policy NE6, as you'll see on page 15 of the agenda reports pack, that 50% reference is in relation to the built form and surface areas not exceeding 50%. Now, that's 50% of the plot, not relevant to what is there at the moment. So that's 50% of the plot in total. Now, when you turn over the page, page 16, and you refer down to paragraph 5, we officers have calculated that at the bottom of paragraph 5 to be 46.3%. So it's below that advice outlined in Neighbourhood Plan Policy NE6, so it complies in officers' view. NE6 does go on to talk about mature trees and hedgerows. There will be some tree losses, but there's going to be some, as part of a landscaping scheme, some heavy standards planted. The trees aren't formally protected. It's not in a conservation area, and we have a no objection from our arboricultural officer. So we officers consider that it complies with NE6. I'm sorry, Chair, what was the second point you wanted clarification on?
I was seeking clarity on impact on residential amenity of neighbours due to overlooking, and whilst you're on that, policy DC 38 and the separation distances window to window.
Right, okay, so in terms of the separation distances, it's described in some detail in the report. So basically, the scheme, the internal layout has been designed to sort of sit comfortably alongside neighbouring properties by using non-principal windows that are closest to the boundaries with those nearest properties. So with that internal configuration and the use of obscure glazing on certain elevations, we can ensure there's no direct overlooking. Now, when you apply the separation distances to both the boundaries and neighbouring windows, there's not a significant failure to meet the standards within DC3. So we, as officers, consider that with the use of obscure glazing condition, we can ensure there's no direct overlooking of neighbouring windows, and also there's appropriate distances to the boundaries as well to ensure there's no direct overlooking of neighbouring gardens as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I've got a number of members wishing to come back in as well, so I'll call firstly Councillor Nicholas.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I was just going to second the proposal by Councillor Dean, but Councillor Finlow beat me to it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mannion then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling to support the proposal for refusal, even though I do have sympathy for some of the concerns raised. And again, I think Mr. Law quite appropriately and correctly is drawing our attention to the outcome of a couple of recent appeals against refusal for these types of buildings. I do think the applicant has been quite quite clever. They've obviously done their homework regarding the biggest footprint they can get away with, yet not trip over the lines in our planning policies and the neighbourhood plan. The finances involved at these institutions are mind-boggling. It obviously is a very profitable line of business, and again, Wilmslow, the Wilmslow Handforth area is obviously a location where developers of this and providers of this type of accommodation are targeting as being an appropriate place for where they can meet their market expectations. Therefore, regrettably, I won't be supporting the refusal resolution, because I just don't think we'll be able to sustain it on appeal. I understand and appreciate the angst of the occupiers of adjoining properties. I'm still not 100% clear regarding the distinction between need and demand, and to be fair, we are in a unique situation at the moment with regard to the threat to older members of our communities with the pandemic. But we have to make a decision today on the basis of what's in front of us, and I will not be supporting the recommendation for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Manning. Councillor Smetham, please.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Mannion. I don't think these points for refusal will stand a test of appeal at all. They're very weak reasons, and I'm just wondering what sort of a council we are, denying decent care provision to our residents when all the information and policy points to the real need for this. I'm really quite shocked, so I won't be supporting it either.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Finlow, please.
Well, if there really was a need, then there wouldn't be all the vacancies which there manifestly now are in the area, not only across the borough, but also there's a figure here specifically, 86, isn't it, for the Wilmslow Alderley Edge. I don't accept that at all. Now, we've had a very articulate attempted demolition by our planning colleague of every reason put forward for refusal, and I have no doubt he agrees with his own report, which he will have crafted himself. That's manifestly true and self-evident, but can he help the proposer and seconder to put to maximum effect in material planning terms, which is what usually happens, the case for refusal? There is a case for refusal. We want to put it in the optimum manner. And the planner, please, can you help us?
Thank you. Yes, I will go back to the officer in a moment on that subject. Councillor Harewood, and then I'll go back to Mr. Law.
To go back to the building, it is purposely built to supply a need, and that need has not been demonstrated. And to say it will be needed in the future for decent care, how do you know that this is decent care? And why is decent care only for these buildings? They have not demonstrated a prerogative for decent care that cannot be done anywhere else. And this idea of addressing loneliness of people to remove them from their houses, I find quite frightening. That they will release a house by going into a nursing home. I find it frightening, quite frankly. And because we have now care within the community that can be devolved in a different way, that when nursing homes became a kind of established and mindset feature, if there was a need for it, I'm not saying the building is not nice. Oh, it is nice. But what is the need for more homes when you have vacancies currently of 610 and the prices are going up? I think the idea that they have going to make this difference to an independent and beautiful life, I cannot support. I'm sorry. I can't support this other nursing home that cannot say it is needed for happiness and decency and care and professionality. I do not agree with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harewood. Councillor Holland, please.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm struggling with this one too, but I'm really struggling to not support the refusal, because I've agreed with quite a lot of the speakers. At the end of the day, I don't really agree with knocking two perfectly good houses down. I'm sure there's a different location that this could go in if the need is there. If we're crying out for houses everywhere, why on earth are we knocking houses down to accommodate a 60-bed care home? It doesn't make sense to me. So I won't be able to supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. So if I could now bring our planning officer, Mr. Law, back in on this. Clearly, there is a proposal on the table for refusal, which the proposer and seconder clearly feel quite strongly about for the reasons of the need not being demonstrated, overdevelopment, potential conflict with neighbourhood plan policy, NE6, sorry, conflict with Cheshire East local plan parking standards, and impact on the character of the area. I think it is right and proper, given that it's been proposed and seconded, that I do take a vote on that. And also for those reasons, is there any advice or help you can provide? I understand that you weren't happy with those reasons originally, but is there any help you can provide in terms of ways in which you would be happy with them? Otherwise, I'm just going to have to take the vote on it as it stands.
Yeah, I'll deal with two of the points. If members feel really strongly about a refusal of this application, I'll deal with need first. So quite simply, what you could say is it's not been demonstrated that there is a proven need for such elderly accommodation, and that would thereby be contrary to policy SC4 of the Cheshire East local plan strategy. So that would be it for the need point. In terms of the sort of overdevelopment of the site and impact on character of the area, you probably members will be best to wrap that up in one reason for refusal. Also referencing the relevant neighbourhood plan policy. So that would take the form of something along the lines of the proposed development would result in a cramped overdevelopment of the site, which would undermine the visual amenity of the area and its low density character, contrary to policies SE1, SD2 of the Cheshire East local plan strategy, SAFE policies DC41 and H12 of the Macclesfield Borough local plan, and policy NE6 of the Wilmslow neighbourhood plan. Now, with reference to the parking, I note that our highways officer wants to speak on that, so I'll just refer to him.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Yeah, Mr. Jones, if I could bring you in on specifically on the parking policy point.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to talk about parking before members make a decision. We went to appeal on the parking of 51 and 53 Hamforth Road in Wilmslow, where we tried to provide evidence for to show that there was a lack of parking on a care home site. Now the inspector allowed that appeal and said that the parking provision was acceptable on that site. So on that site there was a parking ratio of 0.36 spaces, and on this site there's 0.51 spaces, so it's a better ratio on this site. all I want to say to members is I understand the issues about parking and for, you know, the residents' concerns. But if we go to appeal on this site, I very much doubt we could put a reason that we could really defend on parking, given what the inspector said. So I just want to be, well, that to be clear in members' minds before they decide to put a parking reason on, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. So I will go back to the proposer and seconder in a moment. So I was making some notes as our planning officer was speaking before, and the reasons for refusal would be that the proposal has not demonstrated a proven need in conflict with Cheshire East Local Plan Policy SC4, that it represents cramped overdevelopment of the site, undermining the visual amenity of the area, in conflict with policies SE1 and SD2 of the Cheshire East Local Plan, saved policies DC41 and H41 of the Macclesfield Borough Local Plan, and also policy NE6 of the Wilmslow Neighbourhood Plan. Do the proposer and seconder wish to retain the parking policy in addition to that, or are they happy to let it go?
In the light of what we just learnt and the ratio on this site compared to ones we've already lost on appeal, I'm quite happy to let the parking reason be dropped and just go with the ones that you outlined, Chair.
Agreed.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dean, and also thanks for clarifying that, Councillor Findlow. So I think that's clear, and the reasons set out that I've just gone through. So it's been proposed by Councillor Dean and seconded by Councillor Findlow for refusal for those reasons. So I would now like to move to the vote, please. I'll call each member in turn. Please indicate whether you are for, against or not voting on the proposal of refusal. Starting with Councillor Liz Braithwaite, please.
For refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Dean.
For refusal, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Findlow, please.
For refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Ailift Harwood.
For refusal, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Holland.
For refusal, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McFarlane.
For refusal, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Mannion.
I'm against.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy isn't able to vote because he dropped out. Councillor James Nicholas.
For refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Puddicombe.
Not voting.
Councillor Leslie Smetham.
I'm against the proposal.
Thank you. And finally myself, Councillor Craig Brown, I am for refusal. 8. So that is.
So with these houses, if they're living alone.
Councillor Harewood, you've come off mute and we can all hear you. I'm just about to announce the result, which is 8 votes in favour of refusal, 2 votes against and 1 abstention. So that is clearly carried for refusal. Thank you very much, members. We'll now move on to our next application.
Are we going to take a break sometime, Chairman?
We will be taking a break for lunch. I'm hoping that we can get the next application addressed and dealt with, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next application is item 6. This is application number 20/2640M. Oh, sorry, before I do this, I just want to check whether Councillor Murphy is back in the meeting.
He should be, Chairman.
Councillor Murphy, are you able to hear me?
Yes, but with some difficulty.
Thank you,
I can
Councillor.
hear you now, yeah. Okay.
Right, sorry for that. So I'll move on. So item 6 is application 20/2640M, which is for extensions and alterations to the school and associated landscaping and highway improvement works at Wilmslow High School, Holly Road North, Wilmslow, and the applicant is Mr. Nick Cook of Cheshire East Council Asset Management Service. I'd now like to invite our planning officer for this application, Mr. Paul Wakefield, to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. If just bear with me again, I'll just share my screen. Okay. So Wilmslow High School, it's identified as an area of open space within the Macclesfield Borough Local Plan, and the area to the south, as we can see within the site edge red here. So everything below Holly Road North across this line here.
Paul, sorry if I could just interrupt you. The slides haven't moved on.
Oh, haven't they? Oh dear. Just bear with me again. Sorry, Chairman. I'll try once more.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right, not doing too well here. Sorry, just bear with me one moment. No, sorry.
Okay, in that case, Paul, as you seem to be struggling with the technology, we'll take the lunch break now, and give you a chance to speak with IT and hopefully try and address this. So if we can take a break of 40 minutes, please, members, and if you're back in the room for 12:40. Thank you.
And can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm not sure whether you can hear me because I'm on the phone or whether you can hear me. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. So I'll see you later. Okay, cheers. Bye.
Right, good afternoon again, members, ladies and gentlemen. I will unfortunately need to do the roll call again before we restart the presentation. So if we could just again go through the members and invite them to confirm that they can hear me okay. Starting with Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Yeah, I can hear you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Yes, Chair, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Findlow.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Harewood.
I can hear you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Mannion.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Murphy.
I can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Nicholas.
Hear you and see you.
Thank you. Councillor Puddicombe.
Same here, Chair.
And finally, Councillor Smatham.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So back over to our planning officer, Paul Wakefield, who will hopefully this time present the presentation for item 6.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll try once more. So let me just try that we're flicking through. Can you see?
That's working.
We're working. Excellent. That's good news. Okay, so Wilmslow High School, as I said before, it's the whole site, which is edge red, is allocated as existing open space, with the exception of the small finger to the very north, which is the pathway adjacent to the car park. The other thing to note is that the area to the south of Holly Road North, which sort of bisects the site, is this area here is greenbelt as well as existing open space. But there's only a very small amount of development proposed in this particular part. Just to look at it in a bit wider context, you can see the application site centrally positioned in the image there. Adjacent to the town centre of Wilmslow, we've got Broadway, which runs to the western side of the application site, and then Holly Road North, which extends from Alderley Road down to the A34 and passes or cuts through the application site, if you like, but with to the south of the existing buildings within the site. So the proposed site plan, as members will have noticed, there's quite a number of different elements to this proposal, which are all summarised on pages 29 and 30 of the agenda. And we've got site plan divided into two areas, north and south. The majority of the development takes place in the southern area, where the existing buildings are and the highways works take place. But in the north, if we just have a look at that, first of all, it proposes a 3 metre wide shared pedestrian and cycleway that skirts around the edge of the existing playing fields up to the north of the site, and then accesses into Broadway Meadows car park, which is a public car park, not solely related to the school, and then creates a footway along the edge of the existing car park and provides access towards the leisure centre, train station, the town centre, etc. So this is a photograph of the existing playing field. So the school buildings would be behind us as we look at this photograph. So the footpath will extend along the left-hand side, edged up against the vegetation that you can see on the left-hand side, and then it runs along in front of the houses that we can see in the background, and then these are the houses that we saw in the last photograph, and then it just breaks through into the car park in approximately this location here. So this is a bit of a more detailed plan in terms of the footway that would be provided through the car park. As you can see, these dotted lines indicate trees that are to be removed. The merits of those have been covered in the report, but none are worthy of individual protection, so the loss is acceptable, and there is replacement planting provided as well as part of the proposal. just to put it in a bit better context, you can probably see as we cut, so the access footpath will come into the car park in about this location here, and as you can see between the residential development that sits adjacent to the car park and the car park itself, there's quite a well vegetated area that follows the line of the path, and this is the area where the path will be located, which will result in the removal of some of the vegetation. But yeah, hopefully you can see that in that context there. Then within the car park, again, this is the vegetation that runs alongside, so the path will run on the edge of this car park here, and then turn the corner and head the other way past these houses that you can just see in the background. And again, this is the vegetation that would be removed to provide the pathway, extending out towards the car park entrance that we can just see on this photograph here. And it continues all the way along down here, the footpath, and then as this comes out at this point here, and where it meets the existing footpath, and this is the entrance to the car park whereby you can access or head out towards the town centre, or if you turn left, and then the leisure centres to the right hand side there. Then looking towards the south of the application site, which is where the majority of the development will take place, we have, if we start at the bottom here, we've got a slight alteration to the existing car park. It creates a new access. At the moment, the car park's only accessed at this point here, whereas I think this car park is a new access is to be provided there. I think it might be created for a visitor car park from memory, but that's the only amount of development within the green belt there. Then, excuse me, then there are additional highways works with a new roundabout being created at the junction of Broadway and Holly Road North, which is here. We'll be able to see this in a bit more detail as we get through the presentation, but just to summarise, with the existing turn and circle being bollarded to allow to prevent sort of public access, but to allow access for school vehicles, coaches, etc. And then also just at the other end of Holly Road North on the eastern end, additional drop-off space will be provided on the existing roundabout in these locations here, just to allow people to come in off the A34, enter the roundabout, drop the children off, and then carry on round. Then we also have a proposed another drop-off area, if you like, to the western side of the existing school buildings, which will be accessed from Holly Road North, which goes in this direction here, to the east of the building, to the west of the building, sorry. And then beyond that, there's a proposed additional area for staff car parking, comprising, I think it's 30 car parking spaces. And then in terms of the buildings themselves, we've got a new entrance feature, entrance to the school building and classrooms, and just additional accommodation generally in this area here. There isn't a great deal in this location at the moment. It's more sort of landscaping and possibly a bit of car parking, I think. But at the moment, the school building is quite set back from Holly Road North, with the entrance being in this location here, quite recessed. So this is a new entrance feature that will be created with a sort of courtyard area within the middle of it, and a landscape area to the front as well. Then in terms of the sports facilities, which are over on the eastern side, we have a new cover or shelter, if you like, being erected above an existing multi-use games area in this location here, and then an extension between the existing sports halls. This dark grey area here is the extension, with the white areas being the existing sports halls as well. So those are the main features, but as I say, we'll just look at those in a bit more detail. So the existing entrance elevations, they're at varying degrees. So these areas are quite set back when you look from Holly Road. Existing entrances in this location here, quite a unassuming entrance, as you can see. And then looking at the proposed entrance elevations, as you can see, so it's this area here. This is a new entrance feature, 2-storey in height. And then on the plan below, you can just see the additional teaching accommodation that's being provided as well within that location. So this would face towards Broadway at this elevation here. Existing photograph, not the best, but hopefully it gives an indication of the perspective that we've got. So this is the existing sort of front elevation or part of it, but then, sorry, in this location here, it comes further forward, closer to Holly Road North, which is where we stood when the photograph was taken. So it's this area here is what will be developed to provide the new entrance area to the school. And then just to put that in some visual context, a CGI image, which is quite helpful. And as you can see, just on the left-hand side is the drop-off area, the new drop-off area for parents and pupils. Then, apologies, this is quite a dark photograph, but you can just see the fencing which surrounds the existing outdoor pitch, multi-use games area, which will be covered with this sort of dome-type feature. Quite lightweight in its appearance, it's translucent in appearance. It's, yeah, not a lot to say about that really. It is what it is, but does serve to increase the use of the facility. And then the elevations for the link between the sports halls to provide that entrance feature and additional sports facilities, including changing rooms, etc. These are the two existing buildings in the yellow and the grey here, and then it's this feature in the middle that is the new extension and connects the two buildings. So this is where the link extension will be proposed when as viewed from within the school grounds. I'll just go back. So that's you can see the two buildings with the right hand side and left hand side building, and then this just fits in the middle there. And then looking from Holly Road North, there is an access road. As you can see, vehicles are parked outside currently. You can access it and you can just about see it from Holly Road North. So again, it fills that gap there. So again, another CGI just to show the link between the sports halls of how it will look. Similar materials to the existing. And then turning to the sort of highways aspects of it, which I think are possibly the most have received the most comments in terms of representations. So the two drawings on the left are just two drawings showing in a bit more detail the parking area for teachers at the top of these two here, and then the turning area for pupils that will be provided as well, just to show how vehicles will access and egress that particular part of the development. Then the top right drawing here, we can just see the roundabout that's created. So this at the moment, Holly Road North, whilst it continues on through the application site, off the page to the right hand side, it also joins up with Broadway, which then extends up along the eastern side, the western side of the application site boundary. And so in this point here, a small mini roundabout is being created just to improve traffic flow and to account for the closing up of the turning area that currently exists within the site. So a few photographs of this particular area. So this is Holly Road North, just at the foreground of the picture, and then in the far on the left hand, as it goes off to the left, is Broadway, with the existing turning area just on the right hand side there. Then again, this is site entrance looking from Holly Road North back up towards Broadway, with the school on the right hand side. As you can see, there are gates here. Even though this is classed as Holly Road North, there are gates that do prevent access from this particular area straight through to the bypass. And there's also excuse me, another barrier as well. You can see, just looking in a more distant view, back up towards Broadway here. So that's the existing car park on the left hand side, where the new access would be created into that particular area, which is located in the green belt, and the existing school on the right, as you can see. And then again, from within the car park, which is located in the green belt, and it's that raised section that will be accessed by the new access that's created, which is approximately in the position of this sort of red car and blue car here, the new access point. Then the proposed staff parking area and the drop-off point for parents is located between the existing school buildings, and this is the boundary, this vegetated boundary, is that boundary with Broadway. So it's within this area where the car park and that drop-off area is provided. And then looking back the other way, so you'll be looking towards the existing turning area here. And then, excuse me, the bit of more detail in terms of the proposed drop-off points from the Holly Road and A34 roundabout. So as you come off the A34, go under the railway bridge, come into the roundabout, and these two yellow areas are pavement areas that will provide that facility for dropping off pupils. There is one already provided on the far side here, which I think we can see in this this photograph. You can just see, so that's the existing sort of drop-off point that's used at the moment, and there's two additional ones being provided on the opposite side as you enter the roundabout. And that concludes the presentation, but just to note the recommendation in the report, it is recommended that it's delegated back due to the council being the applicant and Section 106 financial contributions required. We can't enter into a Section 1 agreement with ourselves, so it's intended that the contribution is secured in advance of the permission being issued, and for that reason it's recommended it's delegated back to the head of planning in consultation with the chairman to approve for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wakefield. We have two public speakers registered for this item, so I'd like to now call on the first of those, Town Councillor John Newell, who is representing Wilmslow Town Council. Councillor Newell, could I ask you to turn on your camera and microphone and prepare to address the committee?
Can everyone hear me okay? I've just had a brief flutter on my screen.
We can hear you fine, Councillor Newell. So you have 5 minutes, and please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just by way of introduction, I think it's worth saying that Wilmslow High School is a huge school with over 2,000 pupils, I think, and it's projected to get very much bigger. Now, there's a major issue right now with the drop-off times and access to the school, and there are frequent tailbacks onto the A34 Wilmslow bypass. As the planning officer described, that was at the end of Holly Road end. That's the big drop-off spot. Now, Wilmslow Town Council recommend refusal of this application on the grounds that the additional traffic congestion that is going to come about because of the expansion of the school, both at Holly Road and particularly the A34 entrances, we think that solutions have been proposed are inadequate to resolve the parking issues that are inevitable. We'd also like to point out that this proposal appears to have completely ignored the plans to put a multi-storey car park on Broadway Meadow, which our county councillors report back to us on. It's not yet been approved, but it's definitely in the plans as the only solution to the current intolerable Wilmslow parking issue. We have no comments to make on the buildings at all. We see the need to develop the school because we can't think of an alternative. Well, the only alternative would be to build another school. But what I think the real disappointment is that with a major project like this, it's a massive missed opportunity to address the parking issue. It's just an inadequate assessment. It's an inadequate solution when the opportunity was there for doing something more radical. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newell. Are there any questions, members, to Councillor Newell before we move on? Please indicate in the chat if you'd like to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Yes, Councillor Tony Dean, please.
Yeah. Oops. Right. Yes, Councillor Newell. Do you yourself, when you mentioned it's a missed opportunity, do you yourself have an idea of how the current tailbacks on the A34 could actually be helped by making some other changes to the school, even if they increase their numbers of pupils?
Well, I think the solution has to be at the bypass end of Holly Road. I know there are greenbelt issues, I know there are sports pitch issues, but it does seem that if there was some joined-up thinking applied, we could get a much more permanent solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Ian McFarlane, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was going to ask exactly the same question, wondering what the answer would be. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any further questions? No. Okay. In that case, Councillor Newell, thank you for joining us. Please, could I ask you now to turn off your camera and microphone again? And I will invite the next speaker, who is Paul Howitt, who is the agent for the applicant. Mr. Howitt, you have 3 minutes, and please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. These proposals represent a major investment by the council into Wilmslow. The school considers this to be a one-off opportunity to use the expansion to address the organisation of the school curriculum areas, the circulation, under provision of toilets and community access through zoning of the buildings and site services. The development has been considered not just from a design perspective, but also how it can be built and delivered with the minimum of disruption to the school and local residents. Part of this development strategy is the early construction of the Hall Road pupil drop-off area. During construction, we need to establish safe routes into the school during construction. The new northern footpath and cycle link access route is part of this strategy and would need to be implemented to deliver the current phasing proposals. There's a certain amount of confusion expressed by residents of the cycle route linking Broadway to the A34 in the report. We understand that there is a current right-of-way along this route. The design team has sought to enhance the pedestrian and cycle routes to the school, and good pedestrian etiquette is encouraged by providing knee-high rails to keep pupils to paths rather than flooding across the road as they do currently. These measures make the school approaches safer for pedestrians, cyclists, cars, pupils, teachers, visitors and local residents alike. We've removed obstacles to cyclists by removing curbs and providing a raised traffic table road crossing point at the access road. For each current issue that has been identified, the design team has sought to improve the situation within the confines of the development proposals. Aside from the traffic issues, these proposals address the organisation of the school curriculum areas by bringing the curriculum areas together. The school is easier to understand by pupils, staff, and easier and more efficient to run and easier to relate subject areas for related subject areas to collaborate. By simplifying the circulation, the school becomes simpler to navigate, easier to supervise, and safer for pupils. We are addressing the historic under-provision of toilets, which studies show can be a significant issue for pupils, and some pupils can for some pupils it can become a barrier to learning. By bringing together the sports and performing arts facilities together at the front of the school, we simultaneously improve opportunities for community access and sports participation, improve site security and energy efficiency by zoning of the buildings and site services for out of hours use. The school, council officers and design team have consulted widely inside and outside the school community in meetings with local interest groups and a drop-in exhibition at the library with council officers and Sport England. With these proposals, we've sought to absorb the increase in pupil numbers and address the pre-existing issues with the bright, modern, energy-efficient design that enhances not just the building.
I'm afraid that's your 3 minutes expired, but
That's
there may
right. You only missed about 8 words.
there may be questions from members, however. Anybody like to ask a question of Mr. Howard? Councillor Dean, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Howard. If I remember rightly, the A34 has a cycling path along its some of its length anyway. Obviously, there is now safe cycling access to the school from the other side of the school, but is that cycle path from the A34 routed now as a safe access into the school that way, which might eventually help to reduce the number of cars?
There is a cycleway being developed to the south of the site as part of the roundabout remodelling at the drop-off area. That's a route that goes right the way from east to west. At the moment on the west side, it's cut off by the school gate, and we've reformed it so it goes continuously right through the site.
Okay, what I'm trying to establish is if somebody, for instance, wasn't from Wilmslow, but nevertheless a pupil at Wilmslow High School and was coming up the cycle path on the A34 to get to the school, could they then go straight all the way into the school from that cycle path without having to actually on the road?
Not as it stands, because the last leg hasn't gone from underneath the railway bridge.
Yeah.
But we're taking it up to the extent of our site.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dean. Don't see any further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor McFarlane.
Yes, hello, Mr. Howard. My question is about the Broadway sides of access to the school, Holyrood, Hollyway North. My son went to Wilmslow High School, a great school, but he was fortunate enough to walk to it. But there is a lot of traffic in the morning queuing up to get down to the roundabout as things stand. Do you feel that residents of Broadway who are a bit stressed with the morning and afternoon queue of traffic outside their windows, will that be solved a bit by these extra parking areas and the space, the roundabout space within inside the school? Do you think this will make a difference?
We certainly believe that the solution mitigates the existing problems. So we've created a drop-off inside the site, which was brought up in the presentation. We've also bollarded off the existing turning circle, so it can only be used by school buses and coaches. So pupils for drop-off, they're encouraged to actually go into the site. We're also taking some of the pressures away by creating the new northern route, which stops quite a lot of the pedestrian blockage, if you like, because at the minute, some of the pupils, I also live in Wilmslow, a lot of the pupils just walk down the middle of the road as well at the minute drop-off time, because the cars are getting a bit jammed. Now we can route those through the Broadway Meadows car park as well. And we're increasing the amount of cycling that we've got and cycle parking within the site. And we're also encouraging the staff to actually cycle as well by producing dedicated staff showers. They can use the sports block showers, and they've got the parking. So we're taking a number of different measures to sort of mitigate the amount of traffic and drop off on Broadway and Holly Road South, actually.
Yeah, I understand. Obviously, you're aware of the local councillors. We're working to get a multi-storey car park at Broadway Meadows.
It's a question, please.
It is. Sorry, Chair. You feel that that would not affect the new 3-metre wide pathway?
Well, it won't affect it. Any multi-storey car park presumably would reflect the layout of the parking that's on the ground at the minute, and we are actually remodelling beyond the extent of those parking bays within the verge that was described in the planner's presentation. We're also that cycle path was developed with Cheshire East Cycleways, who are developing a whole network across the Wilmslow area. And it's also part of the Cheshire East adopted Sustainable Modes of Travel to Schools strategy that was adopted in July 2018. So with all those things, we don't think it's a conflict with what's going on in the car park, and it's linked into the wider Wilmslow strategy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Also, thank you, Mr. Harris. I don't see any further questions. So if I could ask you to turn off your camera and microphone now, but do feel free to remain in the meeting and observe the debate. So if I now go back to our officers, 2 questions were raised there. Is there anything that either Mr. Wakefield or indeed Mr. Jones from a Highways perspective would like to come back on?
Not from me, Chairman, thank you, but maybe Mr. Jones might wish to add a few comments.
Mr. Jones, would you like to come back on the observations that were made, particularly in relation to traffic congestion on the A34?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll perhaps make a few comments. I think when we looked at this application, the A34 was one of our main concerns, because we clearly don't want any traffic blocking that bypass. And we looked at the proposals and we made an assumption that the proposals will be a benefit. There is only, I think Mr. Wakefield showed it on the slides, there's currently 1 area for drop off now, and there's going to be increased by 2, so there's going to be much more opportunity for parents to actually get into the site on the roundabout and drop off, where previously it was basically blocking back underneath the bridge back onto the roundabout. That was the issue. So we were pretty happy with that in terms of this particular application, because this particular application is for 300 extra pupils. It might sound a lot of pupils, but in the scheme of things, given there's already 2,000 pupils attending the school, it's not in a highway terms that big an increase. So we looked at what the mitigation measures were and whether they were going to be satisfactory or not. So we think they probably are for the Holly Road, the A34 side of the site. And on the other side, it's they're quite substantial improvements to get people off Broadway into the school and dropping off. So we believe that's probably a lot better than it is at the moment. And also we're requesting a TRO potentially to put weight restrictions on Broadway to encourage parents to actually go into the school and drop off rather than just park on Broadway. So overall, we think given the relatively small increase in pupils in this application, then it's acceptable. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Mr. Jones. So members, are there any questions, any points of clarity that you would like to seek from our officers before we move into the debate? I'm not seeing anything, so in that case we will move straight into the debate. And sorry to pick on you, Councillor McFarlane, but I believe you're the closest ward member. Would you like to open the debate for us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm very near, about 200 yards, I think, so I couldn't be closer. It's been a bone of contention for our group, residents of Wilmslow, for a long time about the continued expansion of the school. As mentioned, Wilmslow High School is a super school, but now we've got problems of traffic, which is upsetting a lot of residents, especially on the Broadway side of things, on Holly Road North. That's a continual traffic lineup of cars with fumes, with mums, dads waiting for the children coming out. hopefully this will make a difference to it. I'm happy to see the school growing on the other side of things. The person, I think, being a sports school is an excellent advancement for it, and it's got a recent award for its autism work, and it's a very, very good school, a super headmaster. But my problem would be with the access and making sure that people aren't driven potty by endless cars, more cars queuing up outside in the morning and the afternoon. But I will wait to hear other people's comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Harewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't got much to add. I just wanted to know if the public will be able to use the sports facilities, but that's another matter. I am heartened, but that it seems that what we have currently will be better and better organized. And with the award with the school, I feel that because this is assisting the education of the young, I will applaud it, and I have nothing but good wishes for those who are planning it and will see it executed. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harewood. Anybody else like to contribute? Councillor Dean, please.
Yes, I find myself in the strange circumstance of yet again agreeing with Councillor Harewood. I have to take the highways officer's view that these changes in total will actually help the existing situation on the A34. So that's gone some way to assuage the fears on that front. And so I'm generally for this this application, yes. And the request, I think, is for us to delegate it back, which is not the same as approval, but I'm happy with that, basically.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Yes, I would be in agreement with, sorry, Councillor Dean, you've just turned on your camera rather than turning it off. I would be in agreement with what the previous members have said. I do find it slightly ironic that there were, until a few years ago, 4 high schools in the Wilmslow area, and 3 of them have been closed, and the one remaining school has been continually extended. And I think there does come a point where we do have to say that another extension is enough, and going beyond that, the provision of a new school would be the optimum, but that's clearly not what's in front of us today. So I would be supportive of the proposal, and I do certainly see the need for it. Any other members wishing to speak or indeed make a proposal? Councillor Findlay, please.
Can I just inquire, what is the status, if any, of this much spoken about multi-storey parking facility?
Thanks, Councillor Findlay. I can probably give an answer to that. Work is being carried out currently into the establishment of a business case, which would then be succeeded by a planning application, but it's clearly a separate, it would be a separate planning application to that which is bless you.
That's all right, that wasn't me. So there's nothing.
I'm afraid you've gone on mute, Councillor Findlay.
Okay, there we are. There's nothing in the proposal today which would materially affect, if it came to fruition, the proposal for a multi-storey. Is that correct?
I'll come back to the planning officer on that one. Would Mr. Wakefield care to respond to that, or Mr. Jones?
Yes, there are no proposals at the minute that we can even have regard to, because there's not been any planning permission or anything, or any proposals put forward as far as I'm aware. So we can only assess the application on the facts on the ground as they currently are. So there's nothing to do with the multi-storey car park that could influence this current proposal. Just one other point as well, if I may, Chairman. Councillor Harewood did just raise the question as to whether or not the public can use the sports facilities, and the answer is yes, they can. And a community use agreement is one. I think it's included in the conditions actually. So yeah, just to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wakefield, for that clarification. Okay, are there any other members who's wishing to speak or make a proposal? Councillor Dean, please.
I'll step in, Chair, if nobody else will. I propose that we accept the recommendation to delegate this decision back to the officer and yourself after an agreement has been made on the parking issue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dean, for that. Councillor Mannion, please.
I'm happy to support that, to second it.
Thanks, Councillor Mannion. I'll just go back to our officer. I don't expect there's anything that we need to tidy up there. We've got a proposal and a seconded proposal to accept the recommendation. Is there anything you wish to add?
No, nothing. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, in that case, we will move to the vote on this. So it's been proposed by Councillor Dean for approval and delegation back to officers in consultation with the chairman, seconded by Councillor Mannion. So I'll now take the roll call. Please indicate whether you are for, against or not voting on the proposal for approval. Councillor Liz Braithwaite, please.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Dean.
For, Chairman, but I think it's for delegation, isn't it?
To approve,
it's to approve and delegate back.
To approve and delegate, still for in that case.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Finlow, please.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ailift Harewood.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Holland.
I'm for, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McFarlane.
Not voting.
Councillor Brendan Murphy. I'm not able to hear you, Councillor Murphy. You may be on mute. I'll move on to Councillor Nick Mannion.
For, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor James Nicholas.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Puddicombe.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Leslie Smetham.
For.
I'll try one more time. Councillor Brendan Murphy. I'm not able to hear Councillor Murphy. And finally myself, Councillor Craig Brown, also for. So I'll just do the numbers. So we've got 10 votes in favour of approval and delegate, 1 not voting, and Councillor Murphy unable to establish contact. So that is clearly carried for approval with delegation back to officers in consultation with the chair. So we'll now move on to our next planning application, which is item 7, application number 19/0684M for the erection of 6 number dwellings on land off Hayes Lane, Alderley Edge, and this is for the applicant, Mr. I. Smith. Could I now ask our planning officer, Mr. Robert Law, to present this application, please?
Thank you, Chair. Please bear with me while I just sort the presentation out. Can you see that, Chair?
No, I'm afraid not at the moment.
It doesn't seem to want to share for some reason, Chair.
Just bear with me a moment, Robert. If you'd like to forward by email a copy of the presentation to Mrs. Baxter, I can ask her to attempt to display it as you're speaking. Otherwise, we can adjourn for 5 minutes and try and resolve the issue.
Can we adjourn for 5, please?
Okay, we'll adjourn. It's 1:25. We'll adjourn till 1:30 to give you an opportunity to sort the IT. Thank you. Apologies, members.
Sorry.
Right, thanks, Mr. Law. We can see that. We can see those slides again. I'll just need to do the roll call again. Apologies, members, just to make sure everybody's in and can hear. Councillor Braithwaite, please.
Yeah, here, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Yes, Chair, here.
Thank you. Councillor Finlow.
Yes, there must be a better way of doing this.
Councillor Harewood.
Chair, yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Thanks. Councillor McFarlane.
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I can hear you.
Councillor Mannion.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Nicholas.
Present.
Councillor Puddicombe.
Yes, Chair.
And Councillor Smetham.
Present.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Back to the presentation, please, Mr. Law.
I can't see it.
Right, can you hear me, Chair?
We can, and we can see the slides
Thank
also.
you. Right, I'm very sorry for those issues. So this application relates to a parcel of land that is to the rear of properties on Hayes Lane in Alderley Edge. It's accessed via an unmade road at the moment, which is referred to as Buckhorn Street, which takes its access off Hayes Lane here. As you can see, it's surrounded by residential properties. In terms of the aerial image, you can see there's quite a mix of house types. There's some terrace properties here, terraced and semi-detached here. And as you can see, it's fairly mixed in terms of the surrounding character. In terms of its position relative to Alderley Edge, it's towards the northwest of Alderley Edge Village Centre. So in terms of the site itself, site photos, this is the access to Buckhorn Street, which is the unadopted unmade road which would serve the 6 new dwellings that are proposed. It also currently serves as access to a number of existing properties. You can see here on the access there's a mature oak tree which is referenced by a number of objectors. And again, the access off Hayes Lane is just here behind this hedgerow. As you can see, on-street parking, a row of terrace properties here. So that's looking north along Hayes Lane. And then as you enter into this, towards the site along Buckhorn Street, this is turned back round to look towards Hayes Lane. So this is the access again with Hayes Lane, and you can see the existing properties that characterise Hayes Lane at the moment, which are traditional Victorian, Edwardian, terraced and semi-detached properties. So moving into the site, this is taken from the corner of it, just to where the vehicle access would come in. You can see this is the site here. Existing access maintained for existing properties. And here are properties that basically are situated on Oakfield Road towards the southwest of the site. Further into the site, this is looking back north across the site. It's the northern boundary towards the properties on Oakfield Close, which, as you can see, sort of side on to this edge of the site. This is taken from a similar position but turned round towards the southwest, and this is looking towards the end of a row of terrace properties which side onto the site. This is number 83, and this is the site to the right. Sorry, number 81. And then further back, there's another row of terrace properties which end and side onto the site. This is number 83, which is adjacent to where the access would come in. So this is Buckhorn Street, and this is where the new houses would take their access from. So in terms of the proposal before members, it's basically the construction of 6 detached properties, and that would take the form of 2 bungalow style properties. So a hipped roof bungalow on plot 4 here, and a gable ended bungalow here on plot 3, and then plots 1, 2, 4 and 5 would take the form of 2-storey properties with accommodation in the roof space. You can see access here off Buckhorn Street, and also important to note that there will be a turning facility here to allow a refuse collection. So in terms of what those properties would look like, these are the proposed elevations. So front elevation of plots 4 to 6, 2 properties similar in terms of character and style, accommodation in the roof space, and then a hipped roof bungalow here, which would sit alongside number 81, which I showed you previously. And then on the opposite block, again, 2 similar properties, and then a gable-ended bungalow. This is 2-bedroom. This bungalow is 3-bedroom, and the other units are all 4-bedroom in terms of their size. So in terms of the proposal, in terms of highway arrangements, it would involve improvement to Buckhorn Street where it junctures with Hayes Lane, and what that would involve is a build out of the curb line to provide better visibility and realign the carriageway further over on this side where there's space to do that, and that would create sufficient visibility for both the proposed houses and also the existing houses that take their access off it as well. So just to give you a general kind of feel for how the scheme would be designed, this is a CGI of plots 1 to 3, and they would sit alongside, so the vehicle access comes in here, and they would sit alongside the end number 83, 83 Hayes Lane. And this is another view of 1 to 3 looking back. Similar style on the opposite side, the opposite block as well. So just to summarise, Oldley Edge is a key service centre where local plan policies support sustainable development appropriate to the scale and context of the area. This proposal will provide market housing within an existing settlement, providing 6 new houses in a highly sustainable location on a disused vacant site. The applicants have demonstrated general compliance with national and local policy in a range of areas including design, highways, ecology and flood risk. As such, the application is recommended for approval as per page 65 of the agenda reports pack. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Law. We have 2 public speakers on this item. The first of those is Parish Councillor Miles Garbett, who's representing Oldley Edge Parish Council. Councillor Garbett, could I now invite you to turn on your camera and microphone and prepare to address the committee?
Hello.
That we can now hear you. We can't yet see you.
Thank you. I'll turn my camera on, but it sometimes interferes with my Wi-Fi reception.
That's great. Thank you. So you have 5 minutes, Councillor Garbett. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay. Firstly, honourable ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start with thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to address you this afternoon. Oldley Edge Parish Councils and the affected residents continue to have grave concerns around proposals for this site. There are many objections, stated as 91 odd in the officer's report, but over 250 submissions in the portal. The previous application was refused on grounds of impact to the character of the area, poor design, amenity, and insufficient information pertaining to flood risk. We do not see that these have been suitably addressed to allow approval of this application variant. For these reasons, along with other issues around safety, access, and unresolved rights of way, this should equally be refused. It seems also that our local MP, Esther McVeigh, is in agreement with this. This remains overdevelopment and poor design. This is demonstrated through the proposed dwellings being crammed in too close to the boundaries and poorly aligned with the surrounding housing. Coupled with topological differences and the height of 3 floors, the massing would be overbearing to properties to its north, west and southeast. Cheshire East's own Heritage Design Landscaping Report states, in my opinion, the proposed dwellings are too close to the northwest boundary to allow appropriate landscaping. I recommend the layout adjustment is sought. I recommend seeking terraced rather than detached dwellings on this site and requiring that dormer windows be replaced with skylights to reduce visual impacts. Also, whilst the proposed mix of mews, townhouses, or whatever you want to call them, and now bungalows introduces the preferable and in short supply and desirable housing type of bungalows, I think this mix is merely a hodgepodge cocktail in an attempt to squeeze through an application. There is no perceivable consistent concept or grain to the design. Limited amenity space has been afforded the future residents, no front gardens as these are taken for car parking, but amenity space and gardens around the properties is insufficient, particularly when you consider the respective number of occupants for 4 bedrooms, one 3-bedroom and 1 2-bed house. No consideration was given for provision of refuse space for these size of properties. There will be an unsightly mess of wheelie bins and therefore further erosion to residents' amenity. The density and type of development is disproportionate to its location. It is incongruous in its design and density to the local area's character. Poor design arguments therefore remain extant, and this poor design would be detrimental to the area's character. The application makes insufficient for provisioning for car parking. I think provision is made for approximately 12 vehicles, but taking the property size into consideration, the Cheshire East requirement is 15. This, on its own, is insufficient and grounds for refusal. The reason that no further provision is made is not that it is in a sustainable location, but that it is physically impossible to add more. Within the site, space is limited, and any additional cars of the owners, visitors, or deliveries will cause obstruction and make movements around pressured and likely potentially dangerous. For larger vehicles, the introduced concept of a turning head, likely unenforced, will be insufficient. The incomplete swept path analysis for large vehicles submitted doesn't cover all manoeuvres required to satisfactorily navigate the whole site in and out, probably because it's actually impossible. Access to the site has always been a point of contention here. There are a number of issues with this application, and one recently compounded through a highway supplement. The proposal suggests pedestrian cycle access via the small private lane adjacent to Maple Cottage, which does not have supporting rights of access and so is undeliverable. This therefore forces access for cyclists and pedestrians to Buckhorn Street, and there is no formal pavement to be provided there. This introduces safety issues in cars and pedestrians sharing the safe space. As stated, there's no space to add paving. How can a shared service for pedestrians and cyclists and vehicles be acceptable in this narrow access point where they're already making steps to improve the location? The newly updated revised site plan and transport note, with its perceived agreements with highways, as already stated, didn't appropriately address the concerns around parking provision, access and egress. The result is this. Sorry, I beg your pardon. The applicant has consistently shown a lack of consideration for the character of the location, and this is emphasised through a proposed catastrophic reconfiguration of the road to improve this access. By widening the pavement on one side, narrowing on the other, and removal of a grass verge that constitutes informal green space, drastic and irreparable damage to the character in this location will be inflicted. This all runs contrary to emerging neighbourhood plan policies AE10 for protection of green space, AE3 the enhancement of green space, and additionally won't adhere to design code in this area to respect the formal blocks, this introduced by the diversion of the road. Additionally, the attempt at improving...
I'm sorry, but you're out of time on that, but there may be questions from members, so please stay on the line. Councillor Harewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. With respect, what is the character that you are defending there? What is the specific character? And do you see houses on this overgrown piece of land? Thank you.
Okay, so the character, which, when you're talking to the character of Hayes Lane, is set out in our design codes and identified as an area worthy of protection for the neighbourhood plan. It is, I can't remember the definition of it, but it's called the Baton area, and is a formal arrangement rather with green separation and informal green space. What this will do is completely erode that and turn it into a highway. It will increase the proximity of the road to pavements. It will narrow the pavements. It's quite a wide area. I don't know if the officer had a photo showing that, but that would be undermined. On the location itself, you have small and discrete cottages with a lot of garden space around them, well shielded through trees and landscaping. And as you've seen in the mock-ups as provided by the planning officer, it's literally going to be a car park area with overbearing houses, which is completely incongruous to the rest of the area.
Thanks, Councillor Garbutt. Is there any further questions?
Sorry, Chair, is there a single character there?
Well, there's two characters at question because of the proposals that the applicant has made. Firstly, there's the character provided on the street, which would be eroded by the amendment to the highway, and then there would also be the style of the and density of the houses within the location is also not in keeping with the immediately neighbouring properties. So there's two different types of character, I suppose, at question here. One was only recently brought to the table by the very late introduction of the revision to the highway scheme in that area.
Thank you. Councillor Holland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mr. Garbutt. I've just got a quick question. On page 56, partially near towards the end, it says that the land was originally bequeathed to the RSPCA. I just wondered whether any of that land has been retained for the RSPCA, or is it all being built on? Could you facilitate that question for me? Thank you.
Thank you. Very relevant question. Thank you. No, as to my understanding, nothing has been set aside for communal green space, be it for natural habitat or residential amenity. Does that answer your question, Madam?
Yes, it does. Thank you. But it's not the first time I've come across the RSPCA selling land that's been bequeathed to them for housing. So I'm quite surprised at that.
It is very disappointing. It would have been probably an issue that I would have covered. As you notice, I ran out of my 5 minutes. So I tried to focus on issues that were probably immediately of planning.
Yeah, I'd like to move on to the next question.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholas.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just a clarification. You said in your 5 minutes that that it was too close to the northern boundary. I'm just trying to figure out how you work that out.
It's immediately on the boundary if we look at the location plan. I don't have the plan available to me, but it's the northwestern. So it's actually set at an angle like that, and the properties are joining here to Oak Close, I think it is. I beg your pardon. That's my day job. Sorry. So yeah, it's immediately on the boundary in the terrace. This we say. I'm trying to have a look at the map myself. If you give me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I think we'll move on that.
It is literally on the boundary. Sorry.
Any further questions to Parish Councillor Garbutt? Okay. In that case, thank you very much, Councillor Garbutt. Please now turn off your camera and microphone, but do feel free to remain in the meeting and observe the debate. So I'd like to now call upon our second speaker on this item, Mrs. Sarah Greenwood, who is speaking as a resident and objector to address the committee. Mrs. Greenwood, you have 3 minutes. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Hello. There is extraordinary objections from the local community to this development, and it significantly impacts on local residents. There are in excess of 250 objections on the portal from residents, the parish council, the Edge Association, the Historical Society and our MP, and the application has received considerable local media coverage. The residents object upon the grounds of parking. The site requires 15 parking spaces, but plans only show parking for 12 cars. The proposed destruction of the grass verges on Hayes Lane to accommodate access to the site and moving the carriageway to create a new bend in the road significantly alters the local historic character and removes important green infrastructure in the area. Green verges are protected in the neighbourhood plan and the application is in conflict with its design codes. The proposed changes to the highway will significantly reduce the pavement width and the separation between pedestrians and motorists, which seem discordant with the current government active travel policy. Despite moving the highway, destroying the verges and changing the historic character of the road, visibility at the entrance will not be improved as there is on-road parking on that side of the carriageway all day. The parked cars will simply move with the new road, and the only way to prevent this would be to double yellow line Hayes Lane, therefore exacerbating an already severe on-street parking problem. Pedestrian and cycle access will not be possible via the private lane cited in the plans. This forces cyclists and pedestrians to use Buckhorn Street where there's no formal pavement. Shared surface use is unacceptable. At its entrance, Buckhorn Street is only 4.9 metres wide. This is not sufficient for a new two-lane carriageway with an additional 15 cars, plus potentially 38 new pedestrians and cyclists. The mature A1 graded oak tree at the entrance of Buckhorn Street is deserving of protection and is under threat from its work. Despite the refusal of a previous application, the plans remain over-intensive and result in loss of character and heritage in the area. The development will have a big impact on the amenity of local neighbours, particularly Oakfield Close, which is a much lower level, resulting in a loss of privacy and light, and 81 Hayes Lane, where plot 6 of the development will be built right on its party line. The report to this committee notes a breach of local plan policy DC 38 with regards to density and spacing. Removal of this green space will be detrimental to the area. The site was aggressively cleared and stripped of all vegetation over a period of 48 hours in complete disregard of the ecology and tree reports of the original site. This is a particular insult as the previous owner had gifted land to the RSPCA as a wildlife sanctuary. Access to the site is via the unadopted road Buckhorn Street. The ownership of this road is unknown, but its maintenance has fallen to the residents of Hayes Lane for many decades. No negotiation or consultation has taken place by the applicant. Whilst accepting this is not directly a planning matter, there is a danger that these plans will be passed whilst access is not confirmed. Overall, the significant disruption and impact...
I'm sorry, that's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
However, there may be questions from members, and I can see Councillor Harewood would like to ask one. Councillor Harewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. What is the land currently used for? What is on it? How was it used? And again, I must go on. What is the specific character of houses? Because I'm understanding there are different types of housing. What, in your view, is a specific character of housing there?
Thank you. I'll just deal with the first query, which is around what is the land being used for. There was a previous planning application for the land. Prior to that, it was gifted by its previous owner to the RSPCA, and it was a wild area of shrubs and small trees and saplings and quite significant vegetation. It wasn't really accessible by humans. It was definitely a wildlife area. The land was sold by the RSPCA to the current owner and developer. Under the previous application, the ecology and tree report suggested that the vegetation should be cleared in a sensitive manner over a period of time, allowing the migration of wildlife and birds who are habitated on the area. However, the owner took machinery into the area and cleared the entire space, as you saw on those photographs, in just 48 hours, which I would argue is not overly sensitive to the wildlife migration from that area that had been there for some period of time. However, that planning permission was refused. And almost 2 years ago, this planning permission was put in its place, and the land has remained cut back ever since then and cleared. With regards to character, there's two areas. There's Hayes Lane itself, and the entrance from Buckhorn Street, to show on the planning officer's plans, would come to Hayes Lane. Hayes Lane was established in the mid-1800s. Most of the area is known as Belmont locally, and it comprises 2 rows of straight housing, terraced houses in the main, built from the 1850s onwards, and they face onto each other on a very straight part of the carriageway. The carriageway is semi-rural because beyond this end of Hayes Lane, you go straight into the green belt on the boundary of Alderley Edge. The character in the area that's going to be supposed to be developed, there are a series of cottages, very low ceiling cottages, that come perpendicular from Hayes Lane via a private pedestrianised pathway, and I think there are 8 in total, facing onto each other, fairly substantial front gardens considering the small cottage nature of the houses. Does that make the character area clear, I wonder?
Thank you. To me, it's varied, but then I'll hear what other councillors say. It's varied.
Okay, we'll move on. Do I have somebody else wishing to ask a question? It's not showing on my screen who it is.
Councillor Finlay.
Councillor Finlay, please. Thank you.
Do you know anything about how this access lane, which we saw pictures of earlier on, how it's maintained and who finances it, and how that is relevant to how, if there are any such proposals, it would be maintained if this application was granted, because it looked rather a mess.
Yes, there are 2 areas of access cited on the plans. One's a pedestrian access. That is actually privately owned by the cottages facing onto that. And obviously negotiation will have to take place to whether access would be allowed down that street. I have heard from residents in that area they would not permit access down that private lane. The lane you're talking about, I think, is Buckhorn Street. The ownership of that road is unknown. There are, I believe, some investigations taking place around that. It's an unadopted road, and over a period of many years, the residents in the immediate locality of Hayes Lane have been responsible or taken it upon themselves to maintain the surface of there by adding, grit, etc., onto that road surface. It's worth noting that there are currently few cars that use that access, so it's not a major thoroughfare, and therefore the potholes that you could see and the puddles and what have you are used by very few people in vehicles. But it is down to the local residents currently.
How many properties do you know does the access lane serve?
I'm afraid I don't know. There are a number of properties along Hayes Lane who have access to the rear, some of which are used and some of which are given over to garden. So 1 or 2 cars do go down there. The houses that actually face onto Buckhorn Street, I think number 3, if I remember rightly, but the plans would tell us more, 3 or 4. And then the gentleman in number 81, Hayes Lane, also uses that type of access to take his car down and visitors' cars down to his house. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Finlay. I had a brief question as well, if I could, Mrs. Greenwood. On the issue of the removal of a section of footpath on the opposite side of Hayes Lane, are you aware, and could you clarify for members of the committee the extent of that removal of footpath?
I can, yes. At the moment, the footpath opposite the entrance comprises a standard footpath which is tarmacked, and then a considerable grass verge beyond that. The proposals are to remove all of the grass verge and the extension of the pavement from about number 98 to about 114. So a severe number of covers, really, leaving one very small remaining grass verge outside a local office block nearby the developer.
Thank you. And we've got a question from Councillor McFarlane, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mrs. Greenwood. Is there any consensus amongst the parish council as to what people would perhaps prefer to happen to this bit of land?